your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We have made it to Friday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we're excited, man. We're really excited. This is what we're talking about. Somebody on the big board got big boarded. Maxime Raynaud, coming out of Stanford by way of France. The dude can shoot it. The dude can pass it. How much time did I spend watching Raynaud's highlights last night? And now all of a sudden, I'll tell you what, and I'm not trying to kick off the show negatively, but man, oh man, to not have games at Golden One Center this go round and to not be able to even see them at the California Classic now, when it all came out, okay. But now, that would have been incredible. But they are going to be out there in Vegas. And you know what? I do want to temper expectations as well, because this is what happened last season where, we're going to get to see Devin Carter. No, you're not. Right? So I'm waiting to have the Vegas excitement and to try to finesse my way on out there to the desert. I'm waiting to see, are we going to see the guys or not? Right? Who are we going to see out there in Vegas? No disrespect to whoever they put out there if it's not the guys that obviously we want to see. But that's what I'm interested in right now. But today is a day of celebration. The Kings didn't just stop there. They got Dylan Cardwell out of Auburn. They got Isaac Nogues Gonzalez, who was with the Rip City Remix and, has kind of made his way there. And he is a point guard. So that's something interesting to kind of break down. So we are talking about all of the guys that are currently on the team. Look, obviously we're going to, and if you notice, I don't think we did one trade candidate all week because there's real stuff popping. Okay. And the Sam Amick banger that we broke down yesterday, we also have some sound from Sam Amick and his appearance on the morning show from yesterday as well. So today is about who is currently on the roster. Obviously, we're going to look forward because that's what we're going to do. But I'm sitting there as Maxime Raynaud gets drafted, and obviously Nick Clifford got drafted the night before, and I'm wondering, do I feel as if I more so want the Kings to tank now? Right? I haven't seen these guys dribble a ball, but I understand, not in the NBA, but I understand we need a term for people that are just tank obsessed. Tank lovers, something like that.
I prefer the term losers.
No. Tank lovers, people that, Allen, they just need to blow it up. They just need to tank. It's that simple.
People who are obsessed with losing are probably losers.
So I understand the vision and I understand the excitement that you have on draft night. Because I have no clue if Nick Clifford is going to be an NBA ball player or NBA ball player at a high level. I have no clue if Maxime Raynaud is going to be an NBA ball player or NBA ball player at a high level. All I know is that in that moment, that was some of the most hope I felt in my 2-3 years out here in Sacramento, by far. And I think the difference between this season and last season, obviously new regime, but what I personally wanted and how I personally could have felt hope was not in the form of another guard last season. So we could have had, or I'm just going to speak for myself, that hope still would have been there with the number 13 pick. But me personally, who wanted Dalton Connect and a couple other guys, me personally, and maybe I'm being a little bit selfish here because not Nick Clifford, but Maxime Raynaud was on my big board. So maybe that's just me personally when it comes to the hopium and things like that. But there are reports Maxime maybe slipped a little bit due to some questions defensively. Obviously, he can block shots due to his size, but laterally, things like that. So he slips a little bit, but the potential is there. Jason talked to the head coach of Stanford men's basketball. So some people are saying that the Kings walked away with 2 first-rounders. And I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking if you've been listening to the show. Allen, don't you hate when people do that? When the Niners do it, you hate it. But because it's the Kings and it's your guy, now you're going to be all in. You're damn right I am. I'm not. Look, at least I'm honest about it. I do hate when people normally do it. No, they didn't get 2 first-rounders. They got a second-rounder. They didn't. Right? I do. Yes, you're right. I hate when people do it. But because Maxime Raynaud's my guy, they got 2 first-rounders last night.
I mean, he fell in the draft.
That's right.
That's what's important.
That's right.
Someone took that that giant dude from Creighton over him, which no one thought that was going to happen.
I definitely didn't. And look, this is where the league is going. I'm just glad to see the Kings and their thought process. A lot of what we said yesterday kind of continues on into today. Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings and founder of Draft Deeper, joins us after this commercial-free segment that you are in the middle of right now. He had some words to say. Some of them we cannot repeat on the radio, but he was really, I'll just put it to you like this, really bullish on Dylan Cardwell coming out of Auburn. And I was so deep into Maxime Raynaud's draft profile that I haven't gotten a ton of time, or haven't had a ton of time to break down Dylan Cardwell or Isaac Nogues Gonzalez as well. But Nathan is going to help us break down all of that. Dr. Wen Wallace, who does the play-by-play, the color guy for the Santa Cruz Warriors, he also does play-by-play for Stanford. He hit me up after I, was just going on and on about Maxime and said, I called some games for him, so we connected. So we're going to get Dr. Wen Wallace on the line in about an hour at 11 o'clock. So that's who we have as far as the draft stuff is concerned. And as we continue the theme of not who's on first, even though I'll be at River Cats tonight against the Oklahoma City Comets. Thank you. Who is still going to be on the roster? That is the question. And who's on deck is maybe more apropos. What will the Kings do with Keon Ellis before Sunday? Now the draft is over, and there are some moves that are maybe going to continue to get made today. But after that, it's kind of full steam ahead, and we're going to hear about Keon Ellis possibly today.
From this point forward, with every day that passes, the chances of a trade happening become less and less and less, pretty significantly.
You mean specifically for
the Kings?
There you go.
The idea of the Kings trading any one of the core 6 players, now that the draft is passed, becomes less likely with each passing day.
I got this from an hour ago. Providence's Jabri Abdur-Rahim will join the Sacramento Kings for NBA Summer League, I'm told. This is from John Chepkovich of DraftExpress.com. The 6'7" forward, the 6'7" forward with a 6'10" wingspan is a career 35.6% three-point shooter on nearly 500 attempts and converts 84% from the free throw line, son of former King Sharif Abdur-Rahim. So this is the type of stuff that we're going to get throughout the day. And, obviously we like all these guys to hit. They're not all going to hit. The reality is hopefully one of them hits. And when I say hits, I just mean is an NBA player, and anything past that is something we could be really, really excited about. So we're going to get more news throughout the day, stuff like that. But again, adding a 6'7", you like to see that 35% a little bit higher, but 6'10" forward with the 6'7" forward with the 6'10" wingspan. So that's great stuff, and we love to hear it. And like I said, we'll keep you up to date on all of that news that continues to come out as well. We are going to take, at some point here today, we are going to have to take a little break from the Kings and the hype train. The hopium is back, by the way. Man, I miss it. I've been fiending for some hopium. I haven't been on hopium. I don't know, man. The last time I was on hopium was that the 7-game win streak. I've been clean off hopium since the 7-game win streak.
There was a time in March. There was a time when Zach LaVine had I know what it was.
Was it when they beat the Cavs?
No, I wasn't even going to say that. Maybe you believed they would win a play-in game. I was going to say when De'Aaron came back to town and they crushed the Spurs. That was probably it.
Yeah, I don't know. The true hopium. When I say hopium, I mean, hey, man, we could do some things. I haven't felt like the Kings could do anything in a very, very, very long time.
No team has ever won 3 championships out in Las Vegas, and the Sacramento Kings have a chance to do that this year.
That is not the hopium that we are talking about.
First ever 3-time Summer League champion. I think the Kings can do it, right?
Would that be weird if they get the G League is just running things? They win the G League championship, they win the Summer League. So everything around the Kings is, hey, it seems like the Kings are going in the right direction, but the big boys, that's the problem.
G League would be different, but right? Because with the again, congratulations to the Stockton Kings and everything else. They had some older dudes on that team that won the championship between the Jake Elmores and the Scalabiciers. Like they had some ringers come in there. It wasn't like they were playing all 21-year-olds on the G League team or last year. With the Summer League team, it's going to be all
right.
Undrafted guys.
I'm just saying it's guys around the organization. As much as people like to malign the organization, it would be, hey, seems like the Kings are doing some of the right things. Just got to figure out the most important thing, which is that the main roster and everything that comes with that. So we are kind of breaking down Summer League, the decisions on Keon Ellis. But what I was going to say was the Ace Bailey saga. I mean, it's insane. It's insane. And you know me. I don't know if I'm an older millennial. I think I'm just in the middle. I'm a middle millennial, I think. But I got enough gray hairs that this type of stuff just pisses me off. I mean, Ace Bailey, come on, dude. And Kyle, we were texting back and forth during this morning about it. You had said that this happens not like this, man.
It doesn't
like this.
It doesn't happen quite as publicly every year.
But high profile as well. I mean, look, man, he's had no communication or very little communication with the Jazz. He's still, I guess, there's Bovada odds on who his second, quote unquote, second team is going to be. And yeah, look, I'm 35 years old. I'm just old enough to say the player empowerment thing is LeBron going to the Heat. It was a level of player empowerment that a lot of people weren't prepared for. He did nothing wrong. Kevin Durant going to the Warriors was a level of player empowerment that people weren't ready for, but he did nothing wrong. This, I don't know who is sitting there defending this. This is absurd. Look, this is ridiculous.
Every year there's someone who thinks they can beat the draft and they can navigate their way to the team they want to play for, and it never works, right? They've set up the draft in such a way that there is no power to the incoming players. You can try your best to convince a team to not pick you, but at the end of the day, Caleb Williams had to go to the Bears even though his dad was threatening of suing the NFL. Jaden Ivey.
But Kyle, I'm talking about post-draft now, right? Posturing and saying the things that were being said, that's one thing. And then you get drafted and you say, okay, it's time to take my medicine. I don't want to look bad, number one, in the eyes of the media. Number two, I don't want to kind of make a stink. Think if you're a player, right? Think if you're a player. And I'll tell you this much right now. This makes me way more upset than any type of Nepo Bronny baby type of stuff. This type of stuff, the people that were all mad about the Bronny Nepo baby stuff, this is more annoying. Now, I wasn't annoyed about either of it because I've seen a lot of this happen in Major League Baseball. I've seen plenty of stories of it. And hey, favors, they happen. It's just what it is. That was just a very high-profile favor with LeBron James and Bronny. But this is the type of stuff that grinds my gears way more than a Bronny James type of deal. Because you haven't done anything. You haven't done anything. It's not like we just if this was Walter Clayton Jr., And I get it. Obviously, he goes 18, but at least we just watched the brother during March Madness. Ace Bailey, unless, like I said, we're going to have on some draft people today, but dog, we didn't even watch you play. You and your homie Dylan Harper, both of you were on. There's only 5 dudes on a court, and 2 of you couldn't even make it pop on in the Big East. I don't know what the hell conference Rutgers is in now. So we haven't even really seen you. We don't know you like that. So this is Ace Bailey's introduction, and he was in that ridiculous outfit with the red pants and the boots up to his knees. This is his introduction to the NBA. I'm telling you right now, the same way that people were saying, oh, players are going to be targeting Bronny or talking mad bleep to Bronny. I obviously, I've never played in the NBA, but I can tell you right now, we're going to talk to Joaquin Wallace as well, who's coached throughout the league. I'm telling you right now, this is the type of stuff. I don't think that anybody is going to be shaking Ace Bailey's hand saying, hey, man, do what you got to do. Do what you got to do, dog. Players that have been in it, when Kyrie does it, even if we don't agree as a fan base, players can say, hey, Kyrie, yeah, I mean, he's Kyrie. He want to do what he want to do. James Harden want to do what he want to do. Cool. Ace Bailey, who we don't even know what he's going to be. He hasn't even hit Summer League. That's crazy. That is crazy to me.
Okay, in the kid's defense, his agent went on one of those front office sports shows and said the right things of like, no, he's excited to be in Utah and we're happy.
He himself said, I don't have a destination. Why? If you're going to, then don't lie. Don't lie.
It seems like from what I can tell, and we can do more on this later too, but it seems like from what I can tell, his manager, which I think is related to him in some way. His name is Omar. I don't know what the relation is, but it seems like his manager was the one kind of guiding teams, hey, we don't want to play for you type of situation. And now that they're in Utah, I think they're probably just going to bite their lip and show up and be happy. But it hasn't stopped people from pointing out, hey, this dude did not want to go to the Jazz, and the Jazz are willing to fight him if he decides he's not going to show up, which it seems like he's going to show up.
So, well, and we'll have sound that we'll get to, but yeah, I couldn't believe that, man. This is the most ridiculous thing that I have seen, because to me, you're just setting yourself up for not failure, but you're setting yourself up for a rough go. Because again, and I don't know Ace Bailey's past, but we see these stories of that kid. I forget. I don't want to say the wrong country in Africa, but he was talking about how there was multiple stories, right? So one kid didn't have electricity and they were off a generator. I believe that was VJ Edgecombe. Yes. There was another story of just, we're watching all these great stories. And then Ace Bailey, again, he might have had a tough upbringing too. I don't know. But now let's take a view at Ace Bailey while kids are crying, living out their dreams. Ace Bailey, who hasn't done a damn thing in the NBA, is saying, yeah, I'm not trying to go to Utah. Brother, I wouldn't necessarily want to be in Utah either. But if they call me right now to go play AA baseball, I'd say, sorry, sweetie, we going to Utah. Okay? This is the level of...
we going to Salt Lake City.
We going to Salt Lake. To play with the Bees, the Salt Lake Bees, we out. That's a AAA team. We out, dude. Y'all need a left fielder with one good Achilles? I'm there.
Which, look, everyone tries every year to manipulate where they end up in the draft and what team they go to, and it seems like Ace almost got his way, right? That's the thing that stinks, right? He got the Sixers to not take him. He got the Hornets to not take him. Now he's going to go to Utah, and he's probably going to be a fine player, right? By Monday, this story's going to be done, but
we don't know that, Kyle.
It's only going to be a story if he doesn't show up, right? Because then they'll put him in front of the media, he'll answer the questions, and then they'll go on their way, right?
They have a decision to make, and if I were them, I would tread, not to go Steven, very, very carefully. We're also going to get to some of the surprise news, and I'm still kind of taking this in. Masai Ujiri is parting with Toronto in the midst of all these moves. Very, very bizarre. I think Dave had posted, he thought it might have been one of those fake accounts, and I kind of agree. I mean, so again, to bring it back to the Kings, Malik Monk, you still headed to Toronto, or was that interest and this is what we learned with the Zach LaVines of the world and DeMar DeRozan's too, based on the Athletic article. Was that interest with Malik Monk a Masai Ujiri thing? Was it and the ownership group? Where does that lie? So what comes next? I would say the Raptors are off the board, in my opinion.
We'll see, because it's looking like it's headed towards Bobby Webster, who's been the general manager there like the entire time Masai is there. It's headed towards him just being promoted to the president, it looks like. So it's still going to be the same front office, just with everyone kind of moving up a chair. So maybe that keeps the interest in tow, but truly shocking that it happened this late in the game. And he only had 1 year left on his contract. So that was probably what motivated it. I think the Raptors have changed ownership recently, and they didn't want to pay him $15 million a year, but it seems
somebody's going to.
I mean, next year probably.
Yeah.
But there's no jobs left open right now. But anyways, when push came to shove, they just decided to move on from him, and I guess good luck to him. They think Bobby Webster can do the same job that Masai was doing for less price.
Yeah, we saw this shift a little bit with coaches during the season, and we said, or at least I said, this tells me more that that organizations care more about the GMs. Obviously, they always, I believe, cared more about the GMs and the coaches, but this shows that gap is growing. Maybe it's not necessarily growing if you're willing to part with, and that goes back to the whole idea of moving on from some of these GMs who haven't done anything or have done or have had limited success, like a Monty McNair. If you're, and I guess it was a price tag thing, people are starting to check wallets, man. That them tariffs, that inflation is real, because you got a championship in Toronto. And Masai Ujiri, from everything we've heard, he was in the midst of trying to get a Kevin Durant. His connection to Giannis that's actually not cooked. I mean, Giannis didn't necessarily say it's over, but the Raptors, maybe that's some intel for you. The Raptors maybe felt like, okay, if Masai can get us Giannis, then we think it's worth to pay him. Maybe the Raptors had some inside information. Yeah, Giannis is probably going back to Milwaukee. So, by the way, Milwaukee got my boy Markunic as well. I don't know if you saw that.
I did.
They did get my boy, but
they were upset about it too. Bucks fans didn't like it.
They don't know what they're talking about. They just know Giannis. Giannis is staying. He's not going to Toronto. So now there's no real point in us keeping Masai around. That was the connection. And Masai is worth it. That's the Giannis tax, right? Masai is worth the 15 mil if you can bring in Giannis. If you can't bring in Giannis, we think that whatever we're going to pay whoever, comes in after you, we think that they can do enough of a job for us to save that cash. People are trying to save that cash, man. So great stuff coming up on the show. 4 hours with you, a couple different pieces throughout the draft. Like I said, Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings and founder of Draft Deeper. He joins us in about 3 minutes. And then we have Dr. Joaquin Wallace, play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors and also play-by-play for Stanford as well, filling us in on all the moves that the Kings made last night and the night before. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last. with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat. Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number 4th of July sale. Save over $600 on our King P5 smart bed, our lowest price of the season. Plus, get free home delivery with most smart beds, limited time. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Avery Anna. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
The Hagen Oaks Cutting Edge Putter Fitting Studio offers you more technology, more choices, and more service. Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. With $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art technology ready for your fitting, Hagen Oaks will help you make your best putting stroke while finding the best putter design, shape, hosel, length, and loft for your game. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. That's 808-2531 for more.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, brightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Baseball, fireworks, and patriotic fun. Join the Sacramento Rivercats on July 3rd for our Independence Eve extravaganza, presented by Budweiser. It's a summer tradition packed with fireworks, baseball, friends, family, and unforgettable memories. Bring the whole crew and enjoy America's pastime under the lights, followed by a post-game fireworks show lighting up the Sacramento skyline. It's the perfect way to kick off Independence festivities. Lock in your tickets for July 3rd at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And we will be joined momentarily by our guy, Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings and founder of Draft Deeper. I'm just looking at some of the notes here on Dylan Cardwell, Isaac Noguez Gonzalez, and just defense, man. Defense. And he is here right now, Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings and founder of Draft Deeper. Nathan, I'm sure you haven't had too much to do these last couple weeks. I'm sure you haven't been too busy. So thanks for taking some time out of your day to hop on the show. But no, I know it's been crazy. So thank you, man. We appreciate it.
Alan, it's been a constant grind, like you said, for not just weeks, but months, really for the whole team, as we try our best to get as much intel in as possible, make sure that we have all of our evaluations in order. We have plenty of meetings to make sure that we're making all the right decisions with everything we're doing. It's a lot of work. Everyone knows if they do their own boards and mocks and have their own platforms, they know how much work goes into it, but we love it, man. That's why we do it.
Well, I was going to say, Nathan, I saw a post this morning that said that No Ceilings nailed 16 draft picks in their correct positions. I'm telling you right here, Nathan, I didn't see Nick Clifford to the Kings. Obviously, they didn't initially have a pick. I just had Maxime Raynaud on my big board, and I'm walking around here like I'm the man, Nathan, and I didn't even give him a number. I just said, go get him, and he ended up sliding. So kudos to you and your team for nailing on at least 16. That's great.
No, 100%. Like I said, a lot of intel, a lot of hard work goes into any sort of mock draft that you're putting together like that leading up. But yeah, we had 16 picks nailed right on the nose. We had 13 more that were within a range of about 4 draft spots, give or take, either direction. So we were one of the most accurate mock drafts in the entire media space, which is something that we have to be incredibly proud of as an independent collective. So hats off to everyone on the team, especially guys like Tyler Rucker, Tyler Metcalf, Corey Tulliva, really going at it, getting a lot of that intel in and making sure that we have our ducks in a row. And we kind of deserve some of that respect in the space. So glad it's finally starting to really pay off in a big way, especially this year.
Hell yeah, you do. Let's start here, Nathan, and tell me if this sounds familiar. Sacramento continues the undrafted free agent formula of just getting pure bleep holes on 2 ways that are going to physically dominate in the Summer League and G League. Cardwell, talking about Dylan Cardwell, is nice get on that type of deal. Nathan, you wrote that about Dylan Cardwell. Give us your breakdown on the UDFA that the Kings picked up last night after the draft.
Alan, you made me a little nervous when you started reading that tweet because I'm not sure yet. All of it was made for the radio airways, but I'm glad we got that bleep in there. Dylan Cardwell, experienced center out of Auburn, played next to Janai Broom here for a few years at Auburn, helped them really find a lot of success in the SEC. And the thing about Cardwell is that he's not going to necessarily jump out at you from a box score perspective, right? He's very much so a player who, if you dive into the tape, you're really going to start to appreciate all the dirty work that he does. He feasts on the offensive glass. He dunks everything around the basket and is pretty much a 70% career finisher from the field for his career. A high block rate guy, career 8.9% block rate. Someone who, again, he's going to rebound, he's going to block shots, he's going to set hard screens to the top. He's one of those guys who can certainly seal off defenders as the driver's coming to the basket to create an open lane for his guards or wings as they're coming to the basket. So he's one of those nice dirty work guys who, he's not necessarily a high mistake player. He's going to be able to stay on the floor, avoid committing a ton of fouls, and he's the type of guy that you can sort of count on to just eat up minutes at the center position. And that's really what you're looking for, even in the second round, but on the undrafted free agent market. You're just looking to bring guys in your organization who are going to limit their mistakes and be able to just stay on the floor as much as possible without killing you on either side of the ball. So Cardwell, that's a really nice pickup for the Kings, and he's going to help them win some Summer League games. Alan, the Sacramento Kings love to win games in Las Vegas.
That's right.
Of recent, so he's going to help them keep doing it.
Talking to Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings and founder of Draft Deeper. Let's take a step back here, Nathan. And I know Kings fans are a bit confused. There were some jokes going around that they don't know how to react because they were actually happy with the draft, and national media was actually giving the Kings a lot of kudos, even though they got kudos for Devin Carter last year. It just didn't work out the same way because of injuries and things like that. What did you think of the Kings draft this season, or this 2025 go around as a whole?
I thought the Kings picked up a lot of value in this draft. I really like what they did from start to finish. You mentioned it at the top, the trade in to get Nick Clifford at the 24th pick. That to me was a home run type of pick. Nick Clifford, experienced wing out of Colorado State, started his career at Colorado, transferred down to Colorado State, really got his reps in as a primary guy for that team, right? Sometimes it's better to be in an environment where you're the guy and you get experience handling, a lot of high-level pick-and-roll type of offense. You're a primary decision maker for the team. And Nick handled himself well offensively, but was also one of the better experienced defensive wings that we had in this draft class. You can make an argument he was one of the top 5 defensive wings in the entire class. Really bouncy athlete at 6'6", someone who can hammer that ball home, can shoot the 3 ball well enough. I think he's proven over the course of his college career He's improved on the three-point shot. That's going to be key for him. But another one of these high-motor, hustle type of guys, a Josh Hart level rebounder from the wing position. He was a guy who could average over 10 rebounds a game for you. Excellent playmaker from running secondary actions, even coming in at the top, running some pick and roll for you. So I've written multiple times for No Ceilings. I actually went through and did a series called So You Think You Can Be an NBA Role Player. I would invite people to go read that on NoCeilingsNBA.com, because I pointed out Neek specifically as one of these wings who, when we look back and we sort of think about what is an NBA role player, we're generally not looking at guys who just stood in the corner, maybe put some threes up and sort of held their own defensively. They were guys who commanded a lot of usage, were the best or second best player on their respective college teams. They were used to doing a lot, and Neek's one of those guys who can come in, scale his game down, high feel, high motor type of player, great character guy to have in the locker room.
Great stuff from Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings. Be sure to check out that article that he mentioned about being a role player, because that's where we're going, Nathan. I joke about the Andre Robersons of the world, when it was, hey, we got our defensive guy. That's just not going to cut it anymore. And you could make the argument, even the Carusos and the Lou Dorts, them being able to play together, and I don't want to, slight Caruso at all, because I do think he can do some things offensively, but the Thunder, that's just a completely different model. And I've been kind of arguing back and forth with people about the Kings setup right now. And I call them, Nathan, the Sacramento designated hitters, because they just have too many guys that can do one thing but not another. So you bring in somebody like Neek that can do some other things on the court. Nathan, I'm going to continue to test your knowledge here with Isaac Noguez Gonzalez. Now, this was a different situation coming out of the Rip City remix. So he was already doing some things in the G League. There was the international draft. So are you familiar with him? And can you give us a little breakdown on the other undrafted free agent that the Kings picked up?
Am I familiar, Allen? I wrote his profile in the No Ceilings NBA draft guide. In case anyone didn't get a copy of the draft guide, you can still go pick it up. I know that the draft happened, but you need to go find information about these guys to understand what the Sacramento Kings are getting into. So I wrote that profile about Isaac, but listen, fun guy, 6'5" guard, as you mentioned, played for the Rip City Remix this past year in the G League, was a part of the G League International Draft. Incredibly fun passer. He's one of those very creative guys who he almost has like eyes in the back of his head. You'll see him whip the no-look passes, the behind-the-back no-look passes. There's fun dumb-offs that you've seen from some of the more fun guards that have come into the NBA. Think like Facundo Campazzo, if you remember Campazzo, who came in, played a little bit of time. That's the kind of passer he can be, and he is a ferocious defender on the perimeter. He's one of those guys who creates all sorts of havoc, great off-ball defender, certainly can lock you up a bit in one-on-one situations and isolations on the perimeter. The thing about Isaac, though, man, he has a tough time putting the ball in the basket, and that can be something that can really limit somebody's career in terms of upside. He wasn't necessarily horrible when he got inside the arc. He has a decent floater. He can finish a bit at the basket, but his shooting mechanics are not the greatest. I'll leave it at that. Don't want to be too down on the young man, but that's certainly an area where if he puts in the time, the effort, and the Kings coaching staff, the Stockton staff can work with him on improving his shot. He's got some of the other elements to his game to where he understands what's going on both ends of the floor at a high level. You put more of that scoring stuff together, he could be a gem that we end up talking about a few years down the road from now.
Well, Nathan, as soon as we get off the phone here during one of these breaks, I'm going to get to your profile, and everybody that's listening should do that as well. Great stuff. One more for you, Nathan, because I can be a little bit facetious when it comes to the draft, because every season it feels like we have this cycle where besides the last season when that was supposed to be just a horrific draft, but besides that, this is going to be a loaded draft. And then it turns into, well, actually only 5 guys are going to be good. No, actually, it's going to be 10. Honestly, the whole thing is going to be great. There's going to be no misses. And I'm seeing what happened right now, these last couple nights in 2025, with all the movement that we saw, and everybody is high on everybody. And now I'm looking at 2026, and I'm saying, and I'm already seeing it, Nathan, and I know you know, no, you don't understand. 2026 is going to be something we've never seen. Is 2026, is that draft supposed to be everything that everybody's talking about. And if you're the Sacramento Kings, is it a strong enough draft where you think, look, not to get into trades or things like that, but do you say, hey, we want to make sure that we're positioned in this crazy Western Conference where we just found out, the Jazz are going for Jaylen Brown, so they're not trying to tank. Nobody's trying to tank, but maybe you start to push forward some of the younger pieces to say, hey, we're going to do what the Wizards say and say we're just developing our young talent in order to position ourselves a little bit better for what's supposed to be a very, very loaded 2026 draft.
Hey, Allen, sometimes you don't even have to tank, buddy. Sometimes you can get a team like the New Orleans Pelicans to give you a draft pick.
That's true.
Sometimes that very well happens.
That's true.
Sometimes those situations happen. But what I'll say about the 2026 draft is we can certainly make that comment every single year about, 1 year just passed. Now we're looking ahead to the next. And it's the fascination with the unknown, right? You have another freshman class coming in. You don't know what these guys are necessarily going to bring to the table. And I will say at the top of the draft, incredibly strong crop of guys at the top of the draft. 3 players I see right now who could potentially be in place for the number 1 pick. You have A.J. Jabonsa, Darren Peterson, and the guy who I would have number 1 on my board right now, and probably will for the foreseeable future, is Cameron Boozer, son of Carlos Boozer, 6'9" forward, incredibly strong, versatile player, plays the game the right way, can finish with either hand, can go either direction, has certainly improved his catch and shoot game, can even hit some shots on the move, and then has that defensive versatility. You can move him around the chessboard, whether he's defending around the basket, coming up on the perimeter. You feel pretty good about what you're getting from Cam Boozer on a night-in, night-out basis. And another fun passer, has that Kevin Love type of outlet passing in his game too when you're getting going in transition. So there's plenty of talent at the top. The only thing I'll say about the depth of the next potential class, and really depth of potential classes as we move here on out, I think the impact that we saw with NIL is a legitimate concern for once you get past picks 25, 30, 35. I don't think this year is just a blip on the radar. I do think we're going to keep seeing guys go back to college and stay for multiple years, and that's always going to impact the depth of the class. So it'll be another one of these things where if you and your listeners want to get smart and get a little bit out ahead on what's coming next year, study some of the incoming seniors that are coming back to school. They're running out of eligibility, because those are going to be the guys like we saw this year. They're going to be the players who are rising up draft boards next year in a very similar position outside of, again, that very obvious group of freshmen and sophomores that we know are going to be at the top.
Well, we do know that the Kings love a seasoned college vet, so I think that is a match made in heaven. Nathan, I got a bonus one for you, and this is just for me because it's kind of a running joke on the show. It's not a joke to me. I really wanted this guy, but he seemed to slide a bit, ends up going to Brooklyn, I believe. My guy, Grant Nelson out of Bama, what happened? Did I have him slotted too high? It felt like every time I looked, he was moving further and further down, and maybe he was trying to position himself to Brooklyn, but I don't know if that was the case. What was your take on Grant Nelson out of Bama and maybe how he ended up going undrafted into the Nets?
I mean, Grant's a fun player, don't get me wrong. I think the main cause that I would have for Grant is I don't know if he's necessarily the master of one specific thing, right? Like you look at some of these guys who they may have some fun skills. They may be a certain size, but do they have that one particular thing that they can hang their hat on, whether it's shooting, whether it's defense, whether it's motor and athleticism? I mean, Grant's certainly not a bad athlete by any means. He was jamming the ball home on some people on some dunks for multiple years in college, but I'm not quite sure he has that one particular thing that a coach is going to look down the bench and say, I know I'm going to get this out of you every single night. Come in, let's get some minutes, let's see what you can do on the court. So I think that's certainly something that NBA teams and executives think about when they're evaluating draft prospects. But again, it's that what is that one to two signature things that you can do for me that I know I'm going to get from you, and then how else are you in terms of your other skills? What else do you bring to the table, and how much are you not taking off the table for me and my team if I put you on the floor and give you some minutes? So I think Grant, I'll tell you what, Grant has a chance to work his way into an NBA rotation somewhere. I'm not going to rule that out for him. Again, that type of springy athlete at about 6'9", 6'10". If he can figure out how to shoot the three ball from distance with some regularity, he's got a chance to break into a rotation somewhere.
Nathan Grubel, I could talk to you all day, but I know you're busy getting ready for Summer League and everything else to come. Be sure to follow Nathan Grubel, NBA writer for No Ceilings and founder of Draft Deeper. Nathan, we got to do this again, man. Appreciate it so much and enjoy your weekend.
You let me know whenever you need me, Alan. I'm here for it. If you want to do some Kings Summer League reactions, you know where to find me. All right?
Let's get it done. Thank you so much, Nathan. We'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Take care.
Great stuff from Nathan Grubel. That'll be up if you're just getting in your car. Alan, I missed it. It'll be up on YouTube and on the Sacktown Sports app shortly. When we return, we break down everything Nathan had to say. Great stuff. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Wow, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are two new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
With great deals coming this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah,
Hi.
Shop great deals this Prime Day, July 8th through the 11th.
With 25 award-winning years in Northern California, Ashton & Price is your local injury law firm. Pro attorney tip: if a firm presents as local but they're in LA, red flag. If your first consultation is not with a lawyer, big red flag. At Ashton & Price, your first consult is with a local attorney, and if serious injury prevents travel, a lawyer will come to you. Still not enough? George Washington's my uncle. At Ashton & Price, no red flags, just red, white, and blue.
Remember, for the best advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sacktown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SacktownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles.
on Sacktown Sports.
Great stuff from Nathan Grubel, No Ceilings, and founder of Draft Deeper. The Dylan Cardwell stuff, I think, is fascinating. And obviously, Kyle and I were joking about, hey, how much time do you spend on these guys? Once they get out to Stockton, we'll kind of see what happens. But the Nick Clifford, who obviously is a first rounder, late first round, but first rounder, the Nick Clifford stuff, I just wanted to keep talking to him. I wanted to ask him about Devin Carter, but I had to choose between Grant Nelson and Devin Carter, and I chose Grant Nelson.
How do you feel about that choice now?
Because I feel good about it, because I feel like we know what Devin Carter is supposed to be.
Sure, I get that, but you chose a player that's on the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, and he's my guy. Okay, and a bunch of my guys.
Well, all of your guys are going to Brooklyn now because you got Traore, you got Drew Timme, you got Grant Nelson.
Drew Timme was my guy. Traore was not my guy.
Traore wasn't your guy?
No.
All right.
Isn't he French?
I think so.
Yeah, ever since it's a Jean Salon thing, I've had a lot of French ball players come across my timeline. But speaking of,
Noah Clowney, that's one of your guys.
Yeah, no, he's not. And speaking of, with Maxime Raynaud and what he's going to bring to the table out of Stanford. And we're going to talk to Dr. Wen Wallace, who has called some of Maxime's games for Stanford, also play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors. So that's coming up about 5-ish minutes. But, the thing that I took away from some of the decisions that the Kings made and talking to Nathan is you basically have certain ideas, right? And this is how, I'm not saying Scott Perry listens to the show, although he does follow me on Twitter. We follow each other, I should say, and it still upsets everybody else at the station. But the thought process of, we're getting a guy in the first round who we don't know if he's going to be a star, but, with the term no ceilings, and just talking to Nathan, his ceiling might not be that high, but we're fairly confident that he's going to be an NBA ball player. That second pick with Maxime was a bit more of a home run swing. And I don't know that it was an extreme. We've seen crazier home run swings where it's some dude from Serbia that is 7'4". Like Hanson Yang, to me, was much more of a home run swing than Maxime. For the Blazers, I would say.
Well, they also invested more in him because that was a first round and what was originally the 11th pick in the draft. Right. I know they got some stuff to move down, but they invested a lot in that pick.
Right. But with Maxime, a bit of a higher risk than we had, than maybe we had seen the Kings take in other situations. Then when you get to undrafted free agency, Now, hey, let's go get a Dylan Cardwell who he played at a high level Final Four team, just a defensive-minded center. Let's go get him. Let's go get an Isaac Noguez-Gonzalez who has been in the G League for a bit, and we know what he can do defensively. Maybe he just clicks and he figures out that three-point shot. I've been trying to find. Now Nathan has me curious. I've been trying to find video of Isaac's jump shot because he was being very nice about Isaac's jump shot. But I'm wondering, is it that he is a brick, or is it that it also is a brick and it is also a peculiar shot? I have not. It was a short break, so I haven't got to find it yet, but I got to see it.
Well, we got to figure it out. Basically, he was describing him like, this sounds like Facundo Campazzo.
But at 6'5".
Yeah.
This is a 6'5" Campazzo is pretty much what it is.
Which Campazzo, he didn't last in the NBA that long, but there was that one playoff run where he was the third best player on the Nuggets against the Warriors when Pool Party went crazy.
Didn't he end up going back overseas, and didn't he win a Player of the Year, or was that somebody else?
Well, that was Sasha.
Yeah,
but...
not Sasha. Not Sasha.
He's doing well over there in Europe. I'll say that.
There you go. When we return, our 11 o'clock hour kicks off with Dr. Joaquin Wallace. You do not want to miss what he's going to tell us about one of the Newark's Kings, Maxime Raynaud. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're young, life is full of choices. Don't let opioids like highly addictive and deadly fentanyl take away your life with just one wrong pill. Addiction is a disease that can affect anyone at any age. But there is a choice to get help for this disease. Find medically proven treatment options, including virtual, at ChooseMat.org.
Catch all the action at Sky River Casino. Enjoy over 80 table games, more than 2,100 slot machines, and a thrilling high-limit room. Plus, with 18 elevated restaurants, bars, and lounge destinations, and Sky River rewards that add up and up. There's something for everyone. Just minutes from Sacramento, right off Highway 99 in Elk Grove. Join in the fun and experience new heights. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Visit skyriver.com today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Sacramento. It's the No Surprise Guys at Bell Brothers Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Need a new water heater? Call Bell Brothers. Need a free plumbing estimate? Call Bell Brothers. Have a clogged drain? Call Bell Brothers and we'll unclog it for only $67. Plus free camera inspection, valued at $250. We don't guess at plumbing and drain problems. We used advanced camera inspections and diagnostics. We're fast, reliable, and respect your time by showing up when we say we will. The price we quote is the price you pay. With more technicians, more trucks, and more experience, we get the job done right the first time. No surprises. Our technicians are all background checked, drug tested, and will leave the work area cleaner than they found it. Don't wait. Call Bell Brothers today or book online at nosurpriseguys.com. That's nosurpriseguys.com.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacramento's official home of the 49ers.
San Francisco.
Sacktown Sports 1140. Home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We are back. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. And we are joined, as promised, by Dr. Wen Wallace, play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors. Also called a good amount of games for Maxime Raynaud out of Stanford. And I feel, Dr. Wallace, I feel like I'm selling you a bit short with everything you've done in the game. You have been around this game for such a long time, and we're really excited to have you on. So let's start here. What did you think about the Kings being able to snag Maxime, and were you surprised that he was around? Because based on Jay Billis's board and other boards, he wasn't supposed to be around in the 40s.
I agree with that. You have a player that was, in some instances, was rated as a number one pick. Mm-hmm. So if you look at it, the Kings, Scott Perry was able to get 2 number one picks, 2 lottery picks in this draft, mm-hmm. which helps as well, because now you're able to build your team. And you can see that Scott Perry's putting his DNA on this team, trying to take it to the next level. And what I like about Raynaud, his ability to play from behind the arc. Mm-hmm. Many individuals say he's a stretch 5, but I always refer to him as a flex 5 because he can play inside and out. He has great post moves, can finish over both sides of over his shoulders, and can put the ball on the floor. And so when you have that combination, it's going to open up the floor. What is going to be interesting is how they're going to use him with Sabonis, because I think that's going to be the key in this situation. Is he NBA ready today? Well, we don't know. And this is where the G League can come into play as well. He can learn to play the game at the NBA pace, which is much faster than the college pace, which allows him to play. Does he play immediately with the Kings? Don't know, but we'll see when he plays in the summer in the Showcase League as well. So I think it's a great pick for the long run. I think that they was able to grab a player, a diamond in the rough, that could be a very influential piece for the Kings going forward.
Dr. Wallace, let's take a step back here, because when you said something and you brought up the G League, and obviously you doing play-by-play with our guy Kevin Dana, when you said that, it reminded me of Devin Carter, right? And I just wanted to check in because I know Devin had been, injured and then ended up coming back into the fray. Were you able to call any games with Devin Carter? And a lot of people are maybe a little bit down on Devin due to the injuries and things like that. But were you able to come across Devin Carter last season at all?
I don't recall. I don't recall because the games when Santa Cruz played Stockton, I don't know if he was healthy or not.
Yeah.
But I had a chance to watch him when he played for the Kings. But for the most part, I don't know if he was healthy or not. But I do believe if you sell the player on the importance of going to the G League, looking at it as a positive step, they will go there with the right attitude as well, because it gives you a chance to play. And we've seen what the Warriors was able to do with it last year with a few of their players in the G League, was able to contribute significantly on the roster. And so when you look at where the Kings are at, they have 2 5s right now with Sabonis and JV. So how does Raynaud fit into that? So if you do play him on the roster, is he going to be able to get his fitness level in order and play a lot of minutes? Because you're talking about, in regards to NBA game, there's not too many minutes that you can kind of maneuver. So you have to allow him to grow and get better, and again, play at the NBA pace, because sitting on the bench is not going to allow him to grow.
Yeah, I know that is the truth. Talking to Dr. Joaquin Wallace, play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors, and also doing some Stanford games and things like that. Let's talk about the Kings draft as a whole. What did you make of Nick Clifford? And obviously we talked about Maxime and some of the moves that they made in undrafted free agency. Kings fans didn't know how to feel, Doc, as far as the fact that they were happy and that they felt like Scott Perry and the crew had a plan and executed the plan. Wouldn't you believe it?
Well, if you look at the draft, I think it's like a B+ draft. I really do, because again, you get 2 lottery picks and on your roster. You really don't get that too often. And so, I mean, Nick Clifford's going to be an outstanding. Nick Clifford is NBA ready. Yeah. So he's going to be on the roster. He's long in the tooth. He's played 5 years at the collegiate level, 4 years at Colorado, 3 years at Colorado, 2 years at Colorado State. And he's been successful at that as well. He continues to grow. But one thing that stood out in the press conference that the GM mentioned is that both of the guys that he selected showed growth. And it showed that they're in their bag. That show that they're consistently improving their game, adding skills, doing the things that's necessary and required to become NBA players. And that's what you want to see, these guys coming out, working hard, improving their craft. And I do believe that Clifford will be on the roster. Is he a starter? No, but he will be on the roster, and we'll see how the Kings will utilize his skill set.
Talking to Dr. Joaquin Wallace, play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors. Let's start to head to the current roster, right? A couple decisions to be made about Keon Ellis before Sunday for the Kings, and just the rosters as a whole now that the draft is done. Let's say you're Scott Perry for the day, or starting today, you are Scott Perry. What would you do with the current roster, looking at the Western Conference and Domantas Sabonis, obviously, DeMar DeRozan? How would you go about kind of manipulating this roster to put them in position to contend?
Well, that's a lot to ask. So hopefully Scott Perry's not going to get on me if he sees me out at the supermarket or something one day, say, hey, you're the guy that said this. What I do believe that he has a lot on his hands. Mm-hmm. But it's interesting because if you look at the roster, the construction of the roster itself, and I'm going to say something that I really do firmly believe. I believe that although you pick up DeMar DeRozan, which was a great pickup, mm-hmm. and then you move Malik Monk in the starting lineup, I think the person that it affected the most was Keegan Murray, because Keegan Murray went from his traditional comfortable 3 spot, moving him now to the 4 spot.
Yeah.
And it looked as though he was lost sometimes, because when you look at the offense itself, this is when they had Fox, obviously. Mm-hmm. Murray was probably the 5th option, and he was asked to play defense.
Yeah.
And so he reminded me of Harrison Barnes, so to speak. Sit in the corner, shoot the 3, we'll get you some offense when we can. And I think in terms of a young player, the confidence went down as well. And he was injured as well, too. So this is where they're going to have to figure out, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to continue with DeMar DeRozan? Are we going to move DeRozan? Because if we move DeRozan, then we can move Murray back to the 3 spot, his traditional spot. Are we going to bring Malik Monk off the bench? Because remember, he would have been a 6th man of the year if he wouldn't have been injured.
Right.
The year that Nas Reed won that. And so how do you manipulate that? Now you ask about Keon Ellis. We know Keon Ellis is an outstanding defender, needs to improve his offensive skill set, but he did shoot the ball well from behind the arc.
Right.
So he brings a lot to the table as well. So you have a lot of pieces to a puzzle, and you have to be able to successfully negotiate that. Now, with that being said, I think if I'm Scott Perry, my job is to look at the future. And I really do believe that you can build around Ellis. You can build around Murray, obviously, and Levine. You have those 3. You have Sabonis as well. Now you have Clifford, who's going to be an outstanding player as well. Now, what are you going to do with Carter? What are you going to do with Malik Monk? In my personal opinion, I think Malik Monk is better served coming off the bench. And so from that perspective, it's going to be challenging for him. That's why he gets paid the big bucks. I don't. He doesn't make these decisions. But I think that's what it's going to come down to. Where is he trying to go? Are we going to win now, or are we going to win in 2 to 3 years? If you look at the teams that's been successful, OKC, it took them several years to get to where they're at. I think they won 20 games last year or 2 years ago, and now they win the NBA championship. So how are you going to handle this? Because you have assets, you have pieces, but you have to make sure that these pieces fit. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. So you got to figure it out how they're going to make it work.
Do you think that it's time and Keegan has an extension coming up and we go back and forth with how much he should get, the Trey Murphy contract or in whatever realm you think makes sense for these rookie extensions? Do you think it's time and part of the reason they should move on from DeRozan? Do you think it's time to have that conversation with Keegan, even if it's official, unofficial? Do you think it's time to say, we got to see what we can really get with Keegan and stop kind of messing around? And he's Doc, I'm watching him running around guarding Steph Curry. The next day he's guarding the center. Come on, man. Let's find a role for this dude and see what he can be.
And that goes back to my point. I think that's why I said when DeRozan came and they inserted Monk in the starting lineup, the person that suffered the most was Keegan Murray, as you mentioned. Yeah. Because he was the guy, okay, I need you to guard the best offensive player. Okay, now I need you to go out and guard the 7-foot guy. Now, I need you to go out and shoot the 3 as well, too. So your legs are tired. I mean, it's obvious. These things happen. So I believe, again, if you're looking at the future, I would try to move DeRozan and send him somewhere that he can pursue the championship. Make it, because he's possibly be a Hall of Famer as well. He's the sixth leading scorer last year in terms of point totals in the NBA. So we know he can put the ball in the basket. But oftentimes the fit wasn't right. And I think often we look at it was a knee-jerk reaction. Okay, let's get DeMar DeRozan. Well, that probably wasn't the right decision because pace of play, he doesn't play with the pace of play. And defensively, he's not the best defender. So now you start both Monk and DeRozan. You have 2 guys that really don't defend well from the perimeter. And the pressure now is shifted over to Keegan Murray. You have to do that. And you've seen his offense suffered as well.
Dr. Joaquin Wallace. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us play-by-play for Santa Cruz Warriors. So be sure to check him out when the G League starts. And it's going to be exciting with the moves that the Kings made throughout the draft and also the undrafted pickups that they have. Doctor, are you headed out to Vegas for Summer League or no?
I'm going to try to get out there. I like to see the young talent. And I like to see the guys that played in the G League to get a chance to play and try to make a roster. I mean, I think that's extremely important. You look at the young talent as well, too. Should be extremely important. I know you guys are excited with Stockton, who won the G League championship last year. They did a great job. Mason Jones out there. I think he's an NBA guy. You got to try to find out where he can fit as well. I've watched him give Santa Cruz the fits. The last couple of years, they got to find a guy. You have to find a place for this guy because he is an NBA guy. He's not a G League guy.
Doctor, thank you so much. We got to do this again soon with Stockton taking on Santa Cruz, and we can go from there. But we appreciate you. And if I get out there to Vegas, we'll definitely link up.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me.
Great stuff there from Dr. Joaquin Wallace. And, man, I mean, to end the call like that, just talking about a Mason Jones, and we keep hearing about this. And when we had Mason Jones media day, we're going to blink and it's going to be media day. We're going to get to talk to all these guys and the new version of this roster, whatever it may be. And he said, I can shoot that thing a little bit. That's when I asked him straight up. There's 8,000 guards. I didn't ask him like that, but there's 8,000 guards on the roster. What makes you different? He said, I can shoot that thing. So Dr. Joaquin Wallace, great stuff, play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors, and he called a good amount of Maxime Raynaud's games from Stanford, and just exciting stuff, and that's what we've kind of been talking about as far as, will Maxime be ready day one? Who knows? But this is a dude with the high ceiling, and to be able to pass, to be able to block shots, to be able to shoot threes, it's just a for all you gamers out there, it's just a player build that the Kings haven't had in how long? Since they've had a player build? Because that's been the thing, right? Jokic has kind of blew up, but there's always somebody. It feels like every team has a 6'10" and up stretch big that is supposed to be able to unlock the offense. The Warriors grabbed theirs last season with Quentin Post. There's the Porzingis, some type of Porzingis-looking dude is running around every team's organization. And I don't know when's the last time the Kings has had this type of player build, and they finally got one. And whether it works or not, we don't know. But they finally took a player build that we haven't seen in a very long time.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think. I guess he played more of the 4 for the Kings, but I guess Rashawn Holmes is probably your best bet for the last time the Kings have had a guy who stretches the floor and can block shots and has post moves. I guess that's probably the closest you're going to find. But also this player mold is relatively new.
It definitely
when it comes to not like there have been players for years that have had that skill set, but with the proliferation of threes, it's almost like if you're going to have what I call a tall man, if you're going to have tall man on your team, tall man's also got to be able to guard 4s and play on the perimeter, because you need your big man down low and you need other people who sit in the corner and shoot 3s at times also.
Yeah, so great stuff from Dr. Joaquin Wallace. Be sure to follow him on social media. He's great on Twitter as well, and we're really excited. We were really excited to have him, and he did not disappoint. The G League kind of aspect of it, and he said he missed on Devin Carter as far as Devin Carter was coming back from injury based on when he was calling those games, and never really linked up. But Devin is a guy who even Dr. Joaquin Wallace was saying, you start to look at the Nick Cliffords of the world, and where does Devin still fit? And it is I just wanted to take a step back to say it is kind of a rough situation, and I'm going to kind of grab from my own life here, in being in a similar situation, being used very loosely and just very relatively on a much smaller level. But when I went to Temple University, the coach that gave me the scholarship, it was a mutual break, right? So I never played for the coach that actually gave me the scholarship. So when I got out there, Temple had just got a brand new head coach. So it was me, a dude from Hawaii who he also came in from a junior college. So it was me, him, and all of the freshmen. There might have been 1 or 2 more JUCO guys, and all of the freshmen. We all came in, and the coach didn't know who we were, and that was before the transfer portal. Now, again, when that happens, you can leave, right? You get again, before the transfer portal, so you got a free pass to leave. But I think the decision got made after the season was over. It was June or July or maybe later than that. So all the teams are saying we're good. We're already locked up, or you know what I mean? Somebody might drop out here or there. Nobody is still actively recruiting for that upcoming season.
No one needs a leadoff hitter in July.
Not in late July when they decided to move their separate ways. So let me put it to you like this. All of us went, right? Nobody was able to grab another school. So I understand on a much, much smaller level. I understand looking around thinking, well, the dude or the regime that wanted me is not here, right? And I would say it's even different because at least I had other guys in my situation. It's not as if the Kings had a bunch of picks. It's Devin Carter and Isaac Jones, who Isaac Jones is more in a I'm just happy to be here situation where I'm just, going to keep my head down and grind. Devin Carter is a first-round pick. Fairly high first-round pick. And he's looking around thinking, okay, so you went the dudes who went and got me and the dudes who believed in me, I didn't really get to show too much because I was injured. Now they're gone. So it's a tough spot for Devin Carter. And I love to keep the kind of human element of this when we're having these conversations. So just to kind of take a step back because, people, Allen, you're hating on Devin Carter, things like that. So I myself am just taking a step back to say, I know it's a rough spot for Devin Carter right now, without a doubt.
Well, and this is what we've been talking about going back to the instability of last year, which is when you put players in the positions to succeed, that's when they can showcase their best ability. What is the thing De'Aaron Fox was telling us for years? If you guys take care of the rest and just let me play basketball, then I will be the best version of myself, right? And this goes for all these players, right? Malik Monk, we talked about all last year, was not put in a position to succeed, and so it's hard to grade him on a scale when he had 4 different roles and 2 different coaches and 2 different rosters that he was learning how to play with. And Devin Carter walked into that situation while also rehabbing from major shoulder surgery. It's a tough situation to walk into. And now you, like you said, new general manager, a new head coach from the regime that drafted you. They're drafting a player who obviously very similar things.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel good coming into that situation with the pressure of being a lottery pick too.
Honestly, I would say he probably felt similarly when they brought Jake LaRavia. And Jake LaRavia, obviously, again, bigger than Devin, but still kind of that do-it-all guy. Jake LaRavia was guarding point guards. And we liked what we saw because they would run out line. And here's the thing. We liked what we saw. They were running out lineups of Jake LaRavia, Devin Carter, Keon Ellis, Keegan. They were kind of doing that rotation. And it's easy for me to say, they weren't winning games. They also weren't winning games. Their defense was better, but they were not winning games. So we can't even look back and say, it worked with Jake. No, it didn't. They stunk.
Yeah. And this is what's so interesting right now, right? Because I know some people are taking the Jake LaRavia news of him being in a car with Austin Reeves and listing teams he'd want to go to, and the fact that they just took Nick Clifford as a sign that maybe Jake isn't coming back next season. And I understand why people are jumping to that conclusion. But if you look, let's say Jake doesn't come back. If you look at the roster right now, the Kings have wings, but they don't really have a true 4 on the team right now. And that is an interesting choice that they've made. I'm not saying you have to have a 4. Keegan Murray has obviously played 4 a bunch in the past. And
Dr. Joaquin Wallace said, I think that was part of the issue.
And so that's the interesting thing is that through all of the acquisitions they've made, and there might still be a trade, but as we talked about, from this point forward, with every passing day, the chances of them making a trade become less and less so because teams are ironing out their rosters at this point. I would say maybe they believe Isaac Jones is going to develop into a backup 4, or maybe they bring back Trey Lyles. But the way it stands right now is that they've got a whole bunch of wings and not a lot of forwards, and drafting Nick Collins kind of adds to that, to the point where there's going to be an odd man out just in terms of even if they're on the roster, not everyone can play all those minutes. So someone's development or someone's role in the rotation is going to get compromised at some point.
Yeah, the situation here, and we'll see what happens with Jake LaRavia, there are a lot of 2/3s. They don't have a lot of 3/4s. And Keegan is really the only 3/4, and he's more 3 than 4. So we'll see what happens. Like I said, they grabbed a kid from Providence who goes 6'7". But again, we're talking undrafted free agents here, not somebody that they're investing in as much as you've seen with first rounders and things like that. So interesting stuff. Some teams coming in, and some the New York Post saying some notes on Giannis. And I guess we're doing this thing again. And the Raptors without Masai Ujiri, not a team I would say that Giannis is interested in going in anymore. So we'll tell you who those teams are, and we discuss what the Kings will do with Keon Ellis before Sunday when they have to make that decision. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Around here, the summer can smack you silly, especially if your AC is not functioning at a high level. Whitey Gleason here. I had the opposite problem over the winter. System went down. It was panic time. But Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating saved the day. Let them save you from unnecessary summer misery. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, reliable, trustworthy. They do great work. They won awards for their service. Check the reviews at leesair.com. Find out about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. Save your summer now. Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. License number 635-355.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
According to Bogey Jones and the Daily Divot, golf is the best sport ever, and they provide a few reasons why. Some include no two courses are the same, so you'll never get bored. Some are wicked long, others have super thick rough, and others have fast greens. Enjoy the variety. You can make the game competitive with anyone. With other sports, bigger, stronger, younger opponents may have an edge. In golf, different tees and a formal handicap system makes it competitive, even if you're a 30 handicap. Golf can't be conquered. One day you can't miss a shot, the next day you want to throw all your clubs into the lake. The unpredictability is fascinating, and age is just a number. You can play when you're 70 years old. In fact, some don't take up the game until later in life, but don't wait that long. And you'll meet amazing people, celebrities, athletes, successful CEOs. You never know who you'll meet on a golf course. And oh yeah, it's a game. So have some fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Abriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
The Giant Summer Sale is here. Get giant savings on our Giant selection only at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? Save during the Giant Summer Sale and drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda.
Go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Your one-stop Honda shop.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
A little bit of news coming out of the league. Got Giannis, Keon, or we're waiting for the Keon news. It'll break at 2:05. Don't you worry.
Well, watch it be at like 5 a.m. on Sunday.
Yeah.
Like we're all going to wake up and it's like, oh, hey, Keon Ellis just got a contract.
There you go. And also a little bit of, and Kyle, get your thoughts on this as the resident kind of Spurs guy. So it has been released that the Spurs have given Dylan Harper the number 2. Sam Quinn of CBS Sports.
I had not heard this.
Yes, this was let's see here, yesterday evening. Okay. And Sam Quinn of CBS Sports, who we had on earlier this week, great stuff by Sam. Go check that out on YouTube. Says this: I know they parted on bad terms, but this really isn't cool by the Spurs. Kawhi won a finals MVP for you. That jersey should be in the Raptors. I'm going to let you speak before I go.
So these ones are complicated because when you leave on ugly terms with I'll say proud franchise, right? Because some of them it's like, okay, you left, we get it. It's understandable. When you leave on the terms that you did, you should protect the jersey with the understanding that the organization will, or the fan base and the organization will come around on that player, right? I don't think anyone has ever worn 35 in Oklahoma City since Kevin Durant left,
right? Because
they know Kevin Durant is going to get his jersey retired in Oklahoma City. So while it's uncomfortable, it's not, I would say it's petty because San Antonio still boos Kawhi Leonard 7 years later every time he goes to San Antonio,
right?
Which that organization is so interesting because all of if you want to check out the book, I draw bigger conclusions about it. But basically, it's like those organization stars stay in San Antonio and it's a culture and it's a family. And Kawhi decided that he just didn't want to be part of that family. And it's almost like offensive to them in a way. So I thought the organization would have protected the number, just doing the right thing of knowing that he's eventually going to have it retired. But I guess Dylan Harper I guess they're going to have 2 number 2s. It's kind of like the Nuggets where Carmelo and Jokic are probably both going to have their jerseys retired by the Nuggets one day. But I guess you can retire number 2 twice.
My initial thought is number 9 on the Warriors, Andre Iguodala, who won a finals MVP for the Warriors.
Sure.
Should that number be retired?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
But Kawhi's different too, because like he started out in the Andre Iguodala role of winning the finals MVP. That dude was second place in the MVP, like all NBA first team, carried them to 67 win seasons. Like this is a very, very important player in the history of the San Antonio Spurs.
I am not the best person for this because I do think, I'm not saying that this is what's happening with Kawhi, but I feel like the jersey thing is getting a little crazy. I mean, in 50 years, these dudes are going to be wearing 3 numbers. Well, they're going to have to be a number 101. No, because all these numbers are getting retired.
No, in 50 years, when I hate to say it, when the player has died, that's when
How? Well, shouldn't they be respected even more?
This is what just happened with the Kings. Did you know? So the number 11 was retired by the organization by Bob Davies, who played for them. Gosh, I want to say he might have been Rochester Royals is how old we're talking here. Bob Davies' jersey was unretired so that Sabonis could wear number 11 last season. And like he's since passed, but the family was like, yes, we grant you permission to use the number 11 jersey.
Yeah, but that permission is not because he's passed on.
No, but if a player in their life...
the way you said it was, okay, when so-and-so dies, now it can come back.
I'm saying...
They could have said no.
Okay, when LeBron James dies, obviously the Cavs are still...
doing? What are we doing? I just...
There's levels to this, you know?
I hear you. I'm not saying that's what's happening with Kawhi, but I do feel like there's a little bit of... They're doing it... The retiring of the jerseys, there's a little much.
There's a few of those that are complicated because the more the years have gone on, the less I'm convinced the Spurs actually are going to retire Kawhi's jersey.
Until somebody dies, and then it gets retired.
Yeah, your jersey gets... Aren't the Yankees doing that right now? The Yankees are like unretiring jerseys because they just don't have enough jerseys.
It's ridiculous. They're going to look like those AAU teams with 3 digits. I'm not saying that's what's happening here, but I thought it was interesting.
There's a few fun ones like that. Like the ones I think of are like Carmelo with the Nuggets, never retired his jersey, and then they gave it to Jokic, which do you think they thought when they gave away 15 and 20, when he was a second round pick that this would happen? Jimmy Butler, they gave away Jimmy Butler's jersey immediately in Miami. There's a few of those funny ones.
So from one thing that I'm tired of to another thing that I'm also tired of. This is from the New York Post. The Knicks, Heat, and Warriors are reportedly among the teams interested in Giannis. Can we stop doing this? Can we just stop? And I'm so sick of the Heat. They are on my Cam Johnson list. Cam Johnson didn't do anything. Okay, but we were just talking about him too much. Jeremy Grant, Cam Johnson, okay, and the Miami Heat.
List.
Man. It's just ridiculous to me. Now they're in on Giannis. Just stop. You didn't want to give up. Who was it that they didn't want to give up for KD? It doesn't matter. They didn't want to give up a bag of chips.
They didn't want to give up, was it Jaime Jaquez?
Like, come on.
Or Jovic.
You don't have Maserati. You have Maserati money because they're running all around Miami, but Kyle Kuzma is also on the ban list. And he's just not good at basketball right now. But Kyle Kuzma was on the ban list. Cam Johnson, Jeremy Grant.
And it was talking about Keon or Malik in the starting lineup.
And John Collins was close as well, all on the ban list. And the Miami Heat, because just shut up.
They're not going to do it.
You're not.
We know they're not going to do it.
It's not that you don't have Maserati money. You're frugal. You don't want to spend the Maserati money. And here I am on a Friday calling Jaime Jaquez Maserati money. That's what we're doing now. The Miami Heat, you're ridiculous. The Knicks, okay, we'll see. And the Warriors, that's been a thing forever. And honestly, the Knicks and Warriors, fine. That's what they're supposed to be doing. The Heat are getting on my damn nerves. And Giannis. And I don't know if it's Giannis's fault. I know he's just having fun on TikTok right now, I recently saw. I don't know if it's Giannis's fault or if it's the fault of just the media in general, because I believe Giannis continues to say he'd like to be in Milwaukee. I know in years past he's kind of danced around with it more. It doesn't feel like there's really that much dancing. Feels like maybe it's the media more than Giannis this go round.
He's going to stay, I think. I think everyone just assumed after this last year that, yeah, why would you want to stick around? There's no chance they're going to win a championship. They're in salary cap hell. Damian Lillard just busted his Achilles. Like, there is no...
Kyle Kuzma can't play basketball.
Yeah, Kyle Kuzma was like the worst contract in the NBA last year, which they chose to trade for.
No, but he wasn't that bad.
No,
if that's Kyle Kuzma from last season, yeah, they still lose to the Pacers, but...
I think people were overrating that he was just taking so many shots on the Wizards, and then they tried to unwizards him, and it was like, oh no, he's just completely forgotten how to be a role player because playing for the bad Wizards for a season and a half has nuked his brain.
There was some clips from Kyle Kuzma with the Bucks that reminded me of, that famous meme with Tristan Thompson. Allegedly, he was working on something, but he put up 20 floater bricks in a row. And I literally watched the game with Kyle Kuzma on the Bucks, and yes, there was a specific reason I was watching #Prop Talk, and it was just incredible how bad it was.
He thought he was still on the Wizards. He was just playing.
That doesn't prevent you. I'm taking a shot. I'm on the Wizards, so I missed.
No, because the offense was running through Giannis, and they were like catch and shoot. And he was like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I don't really know what to do here. What will the Kings do with Keon Ellis? Let's discuss when we return. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Allen Stiles here with your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Shea Langoliers, out with that strained left oblique, started a hitting progression, and Mark Kotze said that he's making a lot of good progress. Grant Holman, out with that right shoulder rotator cuff tendonitis, felt discomfort in his right shoulder after his outing, and an MRI revealed the tendonitis. At this time, there is no timeline for his return. That was your Sacktown Sports Injury Update, brought to you by Downtown LA Law Group. Hey, I'm Allen Stiles. Have an injury? Call Downtown. Downtown LA Law Group, an injury law firm, has many happy clients in Sacramento and the surrounding areas who have called Downtown. Get paid for your injuries from slip and falls or auto accidents. One of their most recent settlements was $1.5 million for a motorcycle accident. Have you had an auto accident? Call Downtown. Text injury help to 40222. That's injury help to 40222. And visit them at calldowntown.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Adriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Sacramento Rivercats baseball celebrates July 3rd at Sutter Health Park with the Independence Eve extravaganza presented by Budweiser. Join us for baseball, fireworks, and fun for all ages. Grab your July 3rd Rivercats tickets at rivercats.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. and we were discussing my annoyance. Somebody, this was back during the crosstalk segment, somebody on the text line at 916-339-1140, if you want to be a part of the conversation, somebody on the text line said, Allen complaining just to complain. I think that was about the donut. I think that was about the donuts.
Yes.
That's not just complaining to complain. 916. I'm not wrong on this.
Are you bringing this up because of what happened during the break?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just saying. Just complaining for no reason.
Well, I do. Maybe I do complain for no reason, but I complain, but it is for a reason. If you bring in donuts and you don't bring in a normal glaze, does a bear eat a glaze in the woods? I don't know.
Does a bear glaze in the woods?
Does a bear glaze in the woods? Like, that's crazy, man. Shout out Christopher Lott.
And his correct donut take. Just you are an insane person for your this might be your most blasphemous take. Is the idea that if you're getting donuts, if you're getting a dozen donuts for the group, just get 9 plain glazed donuts.
9, I said 5.
That's what you did. You brought in 6 and you brought in 4 glazed donuts one time. You're saying you just all glaze. You can throw in 1 maple bar for texture.
Yeah, it was a very beige box, okay?
Yeah, it's a terrible take by you.
I just thought I was with like-minded individuals. 916-339-1140, talking about the numbers and Kawhi, Dylan Harper getting number 2. I'm sorry, but in the grand scheme of things, nobody owns a number. Numbers are universal. Stop being so ignorant. That is from Jeff. And I mean, I do think there's a line. I think the better question is, what is that line? I agree with Jeff in some ways, and I disagree with him in the other. Obviously, 23 in Chicago, that's not just a number. If that's just a number, then what are we doing talking about sports, right? I mean, I just think that's kind of simplifying it a little too much. Is Kawhi that level? I think that's the better conversation, but nobody should ever wear 23 in Chicago. Nobody should ever wear 30 in the Bay or in San Francisco where they are now. There are some that are completely obvious. I think that's the conversation. I'm not arguing numbers as a whole. I'm arguing the same way Dion said, there are too many people walking around with gold jackets, right? There's
Wait, Dion said that?
He said that a couple years ago.
The guy who just retired his son's jersey?
He said it a couple years ago. He said there needs to be a different level of Hall of Fame because in the NFL,
which
is a different level.
Which is be my son. That's the level of fame, is be my son, and we'll retire your jersey at Colorado before the spring game.
So
before he even left.
Yes, we know. So when it comes to retiring jerseys, I think it's gotten a little out of hand, but I'm not saying that it shouldn't happen at all. I disagree there. We're going to get to this Keon Ellis situation. Casey, 916-339-1140. Casey wants to be a part of the convo. What's up, Casey? What you got for us?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey.
So I just wanted to talk real quick about the Kings draft. I think they got good value. I'm not real excited about the positions that we got because we have 5 shooting guards on the team already, and we drafted a shooting guard who's 6'5", and we are our second deepest position is center with Sabonis and Valanciunas, and we drafted a center. And the biggest knock on the center that we chose, Raynaud, is he's terrible defensively, and we already have two centers who can't play defense. So I'm not sure why we're stacking at positions that we're already deep at and not getting wings and point guards and taking chances on young guys. Like every year we go after these older guys, and at some point you got to take a chance on a 19-year-old guy and see what they can do. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I just feel like the 19-year-old, I think I agree with you and I disagree with you, Casey, because the 19-year-old thing, and if you're still on, you can respond to this. I agree with you because, yeah, you're 20. We're talking about 4 years here. So you're 23 years old, and that's considered an older prospect. So I agree with you because you're kind of taking a swing on somebody that's a bit older. But I would say on the other side, as far as where the Kings are headed, are you saying that you're just looking towards the future? Because I guess the question would be, what is a 19-year-old going to do on this team right now? I feel like Scott Perry and the crew, they were trying to maybe flirt the middle a bit and get somebody that could develop into something but could also help right now. Are you saying that you would rather just go all in on the future? Because I don't know where a 19-year-old is playing on this team right now, regardless of position.
Well, I mean, I don't know how Meek's going to get minutes when we have 5 shooting guards ahead of him. We have 2 centers ahead of Raynaud. So where are they going to get minutes? You're going to sit DeMar, Levine, Monk to play Meek, or are you going to play Meek at the small forward and have an undersized wing when we're already undersized as it is?
Yeah. No, I get you on that, and I'm not going to argue with you. Thanks for the call, Casey, as always. I'm not going to argue with you on whether Meek is a 2 or a 3. I think the reality is, yeah, you have a bunch of guys that are too close, right? They're too close. Let's name them off again. Levine, but obviously Levine is, with that money is you could throw DeRozan in there, right? Levine, DeRozan, Malik, Keon,
Devin Carter,
and Meek. That's 6. That you're too close, man. You're too close.
Or you're playing 2 positions, right? Because there's no such thing as shooting guard and small forward anymore. It's just wings, right? So they have 6 wings, but you can only play 2 wings at any given time. Sometimes 3 if one of the wings is going to be your primary ball handler too. So I understand his point. To the point about the 19-year-old too, I think with Neek you could make the case because he was the oldest first-round pick in the entire draft. But when you get to like the second round in the NIL era, there's not any 19-year-olds that are available. Just going down the list, you have 22, 23, 22, 21, 23, 23, 23, 23, 22, 22, 23, 23 were the picks. I think that was like 33 through 45. Like they're just all guys that are 4-year seniors in college who are now going to the draft because in the NIL era, it's not worth it to go to the draft as a second rounder unless you have aged out of all your years of college basketball.
Yeah, Casey made some good points. I think the biggest point, and I think what you're saying, Kyle, is there's just not really 19-year-olds to grab later in the draft. Normally, those dudes are going to be, that's your Cooper Flagg situation, right? Or kind of these top guys.
And even in the pre-NIL era, it would be like guys would just go one and done in college and go in the second round of the draft just because the money was so good that you had to make the move. But now people don't do that anymore. There were the least amount of prospects that declared for the draft ever this year because they're going back to college.
I think for me, there's an argument between, and I kind of disagree with you, Kyle, on that there's no more shooting guards. I disagree with you there. I do think wings, that name is being used a lot more and can be used for somebody that might be 6'4", but we know is not a point guard, right? I think wing is being overused because I would never call Devin Carter a wing. I would never call Keon Ellis a wing. Wing is being used for guys that aren't forwards but aren't point guards either, right? So that it's becoming a little bit too broad for me because and with that being said, because it's so broad, I know that they do similar things, and I know he's got a ridiculous wingspan, sure, but I don't look at Neek the same way I look at Devin Carter as if, oh, well, Neek is going to take – I think he could take Devin Carter's minutes, but that's more of Devin Carter was playing up anyway, and he's got that wingspan versus they drafted somebody too similar to Devin Carter. The same way I don't look at Neek. Neek and Malik Monk aren't guarding the same type of dudes. They're not the same offensively, and I don't look at Neek and say him and Keon Ellis, they're all similar enough to be a bit annoyed, but I don't see as much overlap as others are saying. I think that there was already enough overlap to annoy people, but if we're comparing this pick to last season taking Devin Carter with Davion Mitchell still on the roster and Devin Carter couldn't play, that last season was way more egregious, in my opinion, as far as the redundancy of it. You don't have, like I said, I don't see, we can argue shooting guard to wing, but I don't see another player build like Neek Clifford on the roster right now.
Well, and last year was different too because they knew it was they didn't expect Devin Carter to be there at 13, knew it was a redundancy, and immediately traded Davion Mitchell, right? As the day after the draft, they got rid of Davion because they knew that they had a redundancy. This year, Neek probably, and again, he's a 24 pick, so there's less expectation he's going to be able to play right away, but he slots in as a 3, which is, when I say that, I mean he's guarding threes.
It's this simple to me, and he's a little smaller, but nobody would be complaining if Jake LaRavia came back. Right now, I don't know if you can bring Jake LaRavia back now, and like I said, I think grabbing Neek kind of says to me that they think Jake LaRavia's media tour went really well for him. But if you never drafted Neek and you brought Jake LaRavia back, people wouldn't be complaining. He's a little bit better, but Jake isn't really out here as a huge 4 as well. Let's get to a quick breather here. Pool guy Mark, you will kick us off when we return and we continue to break down what will happen with some of the redundancy going on with Keon Ellis and others. Don't move. 12 o'clock hour coming up. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hello, I'm Frank Copper with Retirement Security Centers with a weekly economic update. Are you curious if Americans are hitting the road this summer? You bet they are. Domestic leisure travel is at one of the highest levels since the pandemic. 53% planned vacations this summer, up from 48% last year, with an average of 3.1 trips per person. Flights and hotel-based getaway plans, about 44% of Americans will take trips requiring air or hotel stays, spending on average of $3,860, totaling $450 billion. Still, it's not luxury travel expected. Travelers are trading pricey international trips for road trips and microcations, looking late, looking for deals, and favoring domestic destinations. That extra domestic spending could boost boost local economies, fueling gas stations, restaurants, and hotels. But leaner budgets and delayed bookings could pinch airlines, resorts, and tour operators. So yes, Americans will travel this summer, but smarter, nearer, budget savvy, and that balance will ripple across our economy. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So we had a huge new business pitch.
Attention, all hands on deck.
When, boom, our only printer was fried.
Up in smoke. Like your chances of landing that account.
Well, I just sent the file to Staples. Devin, the print associate, was on it. She had it printed and bound same day.
So where's the drama?
There wasn't any. Staples made it super easy.
Inconceivable. For the product, services, and experts you need, Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal. You should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Skeeter here. Got a question. What's small and dark with white bands on its legs and bites during the day?
Mosquitoes. Hi, I'm Luz Maria Robles, but these are two new types of day-biting mosquitoes. They're invading our area and becoming a big problem.
And they can be dangerous.
But we're on it, so when you see them, report it at fightthebite.net. In the meantime, use insect repellent and drain stagnant water around your yard.
We're here to help with these day-biting mosquitoes.
Visit us at fightthebite.net.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
On Sacktown Sports.
12 o'clock hour, taking up to 2 p.m. Welcome to 30 minutes of commercial-free radio just for you today. Okay? And, I had to pull some strings, but we did it just for you. We're about to get to Pool Guy Mark's call. And 916 says, where's the 6'8" long athletic wings, dang it? And I wanted to spend just a quick second on this. They're not that easy to come by. They're really not. I'm looking here at just the draft as a whole, and it's so funny now. It'll say F for forward, but then the write-up has them written up as a center. It's really confusing these days. But the other part of that is it's not easy to find these guys. I'm going to start at number 11. Okay. Cedric Coward, who Malika called Colin Cowherd when he got drafted.
That was funny.
He's 6'5". Noah Esengwe, 6'10" out of France. There's one, right? And he's got a narrow frame, so they said it could be difficult for him to operate inside the paint in the NBA, and his inconsistency from the perimeter might prevent his opportunistic scoring. All right, and let's keep going. Derek Queen is 6'9". They have him listed as a center. He's a big boy. So that's a center.
He's a big.
Yes, he is a big. All right, let's keep going. You got Carter Bryant. There's another. We're at 14 now.
He's basically Aaron Nesmith, for those who are wondering.
He's 6'7". So then he's a little bit bigger, and he's 6'7". They're saying that, and I know we're just getting into inches here, ayo, but he's 6'7". They're saying Neek is 6'6". So, you almost want it to start. We'd be having similar conversations, is my point.
I guess an inch here or there makes a big difference.
Yeah, you said it, not me. I'm going to skip over because you got center, guard, okay, then another guard, then another guard, and then another guard, and you scroll all the way down to Asa Newell, okay? He's 6'9", all right? And the write-up, here's the weaknesses. Although he excelled at using his mobility to score near the rim, he has limited length for a center. Like, again, it says forward 1 point and center another, okay? Then you get to Neek, and after that, it's Danny Wolf, Danny Wolf is 7 foot. He's 6'11". My point is, it's not that easy to find these guys. And I know Whitey was roasting me, saying you can find these 6'8" dudes running around everywhere. You really can't.
There's not as many Obi Toppins as he thought.
There's really not. Okay?
No wonder you wanted him.
It's not that easy, and that's why Obi is so incredibly important. It's not that easy to find these dudes. So, I do find it, once you read all that stuff and you say, okay, especially when you're outside of the top 10 and get your pick of the litter out of that, and you got to trade into it, and you have needs that you need to handle. I mean, I can't really sit there and argue, well, he's 6'6". And look, man, progress. We were talking about wingspans last season because Devin Carter's 6'2". Devin Carter's Kyle's height.
He's got at most an inch and a half on me, which I never did tell that story, did I?
No, and today's the day for it. After we hear from one pool guy, Mark wants to be a part of the convo, 916-339-1140, but we will get to that story today, so Kyle can tell us how tall Devin Carter actually is. What's up, pool guy Mark? What you got for us?
Oh, more Devin Carter. He's 6'2.5" barefoot, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
6'9" wingspan. Well, I was pretty happy. I was watching the draft, and I was kind of nervous. I thought, man, they're going to, do something crazy, trade, some of the young talent and just get, a mouse in the house kind of point guard, because everyone says, hey, we need a point guard. Mm-hmm. And they didn't do anything wild. And then when that trade happened with OKC, that made me even more nervous. I'm like, oh, man, they just traded with, the best GM in the NBA. And that guy they got, I like that he's got some length, the Josh Hart comps. Mm-hmm. He can rebound. He's tough. He doesn't have crazy wingspan, but here's the other thing I liked about him is he's like a secondary ball handler. Yeah. So I feel like, that was a good pick. There's some dudes, like Fleming and the guys that the Lakers got later on. I thought they could be that 6'8", 6'9" kind of defensive dude, but I don't think any of those guys really can handle the rock yet. So they might develop that. So I was pretty happy. And then what was really cool after the draft, I feel like, the GM's like, hey, we're looking at the OKCs, we're looking at the Indianas, and we're kind of building a team like that. Right. You can't have too many of these dudes. I know one's like, hey, we need a 4, we need a center, we need a point guard. I'm like, really? Just get a bunch of dudes, and we have 4 young pieces now. They're in that 6'3" to 6'7" range. We do need some 3-4s, but you can't do everything overnight.
Right. Yeah. Thanks for the call, pool guy Mark. It's about to get busy for pool guy Mark. The summer is here.
It's going to be tough.
And that's the best argument, I would say. Going back to the Sacramento designated hitters or the Sacramento one-trick ponies. If I have to choose between somebody that says 6'8" on their draft profile, but is somebody that all we know is that they can defend, and let's say they're hyper athletic, can defend, but that's all they have right now. They can't shoot. They cannot shoot. They can defend, but all they can do is, they just got athleticism. I want to say Jaden McDaniels, but I can't say that because Jaden McDaniels, he evolved, and that's a completely different scenario. But like a Nickeil Alexander-Walker, something like that, that's a really good player. But right now, based on what the Kings need, I don't know if I would say, yeah, let's take a guy who all we know is that they can defend and that they're 6'8" and that they're hyper athletic. let's take that guy and hope that he gets another trait, or go for a 6'6" guy that we know can do other stuff. Based on what the Kings have, if you, again, different teams can draft based on what they feel like they need. If I'm the Kings and we kind of need a ball handler, and no, he's not a point guard, but he's got good size on him, and we can move him around. We just need somebody that can just fill some gaps here. That's why I'm okay with this, even if somebody's going to call him a shooting guard or whatever, versus we got our 6'8", 6'9" guy that can do one thing. As much as I was, getting on the Walter Clayton Juniors and stuff, I would have felt better because you would have got size, but ultimately it would have just been a different situation where you're sitting there saying, okay, like, again, there's not a lot of these guys and that's why Jaden McDaniels and even Nickeil Alexander-Walker, and I'm talking about their comps, not them, because obviously they're very hard to find. And even the Derek Jones Juniors of the world, who, you need him on a championship team, but I don't know what Derek Jones Jr., how much he's helping the Kings right now. I just think he would help, but there's so much that the Kings need.
Well, what is he helping at that price, right? Because
we know he can defend and he can hit threes sometimes.
Yeah, and if he's going to get paid $12 million a year, then he's got to be a role player every night, because you can only afford 6 or 7 of those on an NBA roster, which we also don't have to galaxy brain ourselves too much with it too, which is...
And by the way, maybe the wingspan's different. Derek Jones is 6'6", by the way. So these 6'8" wonder players, they're not everywhere.
His skill set, though, is that dude can jump.
Yes.
That dude can leap out of a building type of vertical. But again, you got to have that thing that separates you athletically sometimes. I was going to say, you don't necessarily have to galaxy brain it either, because like we talked yesterday, and I keep making the point, mid to late first round picks have a 50-50 shot of ever becoming anything in the NBA, right? So if you see a player who you think can be a contributor at any point, you go ahead and get that player, because there's so many guys that are the 19-year-olds that you only have 2 years before another 19-year-old or a 22-year-old ends up taking that person's position, right? Keon Ellis becomes a star for the Sacramento Kings through the G League program, undrafted guy. Meanwhile, Colby Jones, who's their first-round pick 2 years ago, or I'm sorry, their second-round pick 2 years ago, is 2 years and done. And a lot of these guys are 2 years and done, 2 years and done. Nini Keita, you got 2 years to prove yourself, or we got to send you somewhere else kind of situation. So you only have 2 years to establish yourself in this draft range as a guy, or else you're going to be cycling through the G League or having to go to another team, or doing what Ty Jerome did with the Cavs, where you bounce to 3 or 4 different teams before you finally catch on as an NBA role player.
Nickeil Alexander-Walker, by the way, 6'5". He's 6'5". Okay. So, and I know builds are different, aren't all heights aren't created differently, wingspans and things like that. But there's one dude that's on everybody's mind for this. It's Jaden McDaniels, who's a legit 6'9". That's why the Timberwolves aren't moving him. They're not that easy to find. And even still, when you find them, are you in a position as a team to use them properly? So I get it. You can go out and they tried. How tall was his brother? Jay Lynn, who was here for a half second. So I get what you're looking for, but it's not that easy to find. And if you find guys like that, majority of them, if that's the model, right, why aren't these dudes all over the NBA? Because some of them can't shoot, some of them can't handle the rock, and even Jaden McDaniels, he's gotten better offensively these last couple years, because he was more of just I'm in there to defend, but we saw that kind of leap. And Herb Jones, and I think Herb Jones I don't think Herb Jones is 6'7". I think he goes about 6'6". So don't let these kind of inches, right, and don't let these 1 inch, 2 inch, green inch, blue inch. Don't let them get you down, because it's not that. I'm just double checking on Herb. Herb goes 6'7".
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and you made the point too, is like the league is catching up to this trend, right? Because Jalen Johnson was the 20th pick, 3 years ago? Jaden McDaniels was the 28th pick 4 years ago. Who was the other person you mentioned who's kind of the model? Oh, Trey Murphy with the Pelicans 2 years ago or 3 years ago. He's the 18th pick. And this year, the guys who have that build, Noah Asenge, lottery pick. Cedric Coward, lottery pick.
Right.
Trey Johnson, lottery pick. Like the rest of Colin Murray Boyles with the Raptors goes 16.
And he can't even shoot.
Yeah, again, the league is catching up to the trend too. Those players that were previously undervalued, like Jalen Johnson at 20, Trey Murphy at 18, Jaden McDaniels at 28, those players are now getting picked in the lottery because teams value those guys in a way that they were probably not 3 or 4 years ago.
916-339-1140. Let's get to Big Shep, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Big Shep? Happy Friday. What you got for us?
What's up, guys? I appreciate you letting me in. Listen, the Kings aren't good enough at this point to pick for position or need. You take the best player you think at that pick in time. I like them trading that super protected pick to get up and get a first rounder this year. The big guy falls, Raynaud, in the second round. He's 7'1", and he can shoot, and he's long. Take him. Valanciunas, Sabonis, who knows how long they're here. He's 21. Let's let him develop, see what happens. If you look, I believe from pick 14 to 30 in the first round, almost every single one of those picks was traded because everybody knows the good part of the draft where you want the impact players in that top 3, 4, 5. Outside of that, it's a dice roll. Right. Who knows what's going to happen, who those guys are going to develop. It also, Matt, goes to situation and who they're playing with and who's coaching them and who's developing these guys. That's a big impact that nobody thinks of.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Big Shep. And as far as the second half of the first round, it is interesting. You know, you watch all these guys and it's the happiest day of their life. We truly don't know what's going to happen. We really don't know what's going to happen within the top 10. We don't. I mean, you know, shout out some of the guys we've seen in the past, Killian Hayes, right? I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. So I just think, again, people can get on me about, oh, well, you know, we don't know. And I don't know what has happened that I'm now the Kings optimist here. Maybe it's just because it's not the current roster, it's future players. But
they draft one of your guys and all
now,
of a sudden.
You know, and that's why I told you about Scott Perry. He knows what he's doing. But it's just the thought process. A lot of people got on the Kings about the Scott Perry hiring because of the thought process. Okay, well, you didn't even see who else is out there. Obviously, they wouldn't have waited till post draft, and nobody would have saw Masai Ujiri getting kicked to the curb. But it was the process. Doug Christie. Not too many people actually had a problem with hiring Doug Christie, but it felt like the process. You bring in a GM, doesn't really get to pick his own coach, or he's pushed in a certain direction. Again, not the decisions, but the process. In this situation, I don't know if Nick Clifford will be an NBA player. Dr. Joaquin Wallace seems to think so, who we had on earlier, who does play-by-play and knows the game just as good as anybody out there, or he does play-by-play for the Santa Cruz Warriors, and he got to watch Maxime and call some games for him, Raynaud. But we don't know. But the thought process made sense. Then at the end of it, as we were talking to Casey, I believe, at the end of it, then they go out and they go get more of a defensive center, right? They go get a Dylan Cardwell from Auburn, where we know who he's going to be. Go get somebody you think could be an Isaac Jones type, and hey, we need a whole field here, and Valanciunas is dinged up, or just in the future, you know, we're looking for a more defensive look. Maybe they trade Valanciunas, right? What if Dylan Cardwell or Maxime start to pop, and they say, hey, you know, I know we love the Beef Brothers, but it makes more sense for us. That's a nice 2-year, $10 million contract. Now Valanciunas looks a bit different. So I just like the thought process. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, and don't think, and I don't know, it might be too early for Draper to be clocking in, but, you know, Draper think he can say whatever he wants because he doesn't do crosstalk. I got eyes and ears in the streets. I'm getting my haircut yesterday. My phone starts blowing up. Draper's asking me, how much does Allen watch these guys anyway? It doesn't matter, right? I watch the highlights. I think that I like them. We don't know. It's all a gamble. They're scouts. The Cavs with their whole chest drafted Anthony Bennett, and they get paid much more than me or Kyle Draper. So that just kind of is what it is. But it's about I'm more excited about the thought process of it. And that's really what it kind of comes down to. That's what it is. You know, you have a team in the Sacramento Kings where that's what everybody want to pile on all the time. Kings fans are in a tough spot because sometimes they want to pile on, but then they think, hey, this is my team, man. You're taking it too far. So it's tough out here. But on a night like last night, and my issue was never with Devin Carter, it was with me personally, I didn't agree with the thought process. We know now the thought process was best player available, right? And you had a team, I think when you're picking at 13, you had a team with needs. So if there is a dance between picking a player that fixes your immediate needs, but not pigeonholing yourself into that. And Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox, they did not dance that dance very well. If you thought that based on Kevin Huerter and his inability to shoot the three ball, besides when he's wearing a Bulls jersey in Golden One Center, if you thought that he might be on the chopping block and he had been on the chopping block for a while, why wouldn't you go get kind of a new version of Kevin Huerter with Dalton Connect, right? Why wouldn't you go do that? Instead, you went best player available, okay? You then had a logjam. The dude couldn't even play. And then you have to trade Davion Mitchell, and then Davion Mitchell ends up, and I think some of the Heat stuff is a bit overblown with, man, Davion, and I'm sure the Kings could use Davion, but this is getting a little bit overblown, right? Back to the Kings gave up 3 elite point guards.
He won them a play-in game.
They got him into the playoffs. The Kings gave up 3 elite point guards. I'm looking around, who's the third?
They gave up a third starting point guard.
I'm just saying, it's getting a little out of control here, but that's the pile-on thing, right?
But I think the context that we now recognize is even they weren't sure about the medicals with Devin Carter, right? And Sam Amick has reported, like, there's ambiguity about whether they knew what was up with Devin Carter or not.
They said they knew.
Yeah, but they didn't get the medicals. We know that now. They were not set. When Devin Carter fell past 8, all these teams didn't have his medicals, and they passed on him, and the Kings were the team that said, we'll take a chance. So that could be part of the calculus with Devin Carter. And Devin Carter may be a great NBA player. Right. I've said before, like, rookie years, you don't know what players are going to be.
And I hope he is. I said, I have obvious reasons to want the Kings to do well. Me talking right now is the most obvious of those reasons.
But if the day comes, and I'm not saying it's going to, but if in 2 years we're declining a 4th-year option on Devin Carter and he's going to another team and we're saying, God, what happened where we made the mistake of drafting Devin Carter over Jared McCain or Dalton Connect or Khalil Ware, I think the explanation will probably be that this wasn't the top 5 prospect that people necessarily thought just because of the shoulder injuries. And that's okay if that's what it ends up being. That's the risk that Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox took, and they put their jobs on the line, and neither of them are in their current jobs anymore, right? So that's just part of the calculus. So how many rotation players would you say there are on an NBA team, like average out? Would you say 9, 10?
Between 8 and 10.
8 and 10, right? So if there's 30 teams, we're talking about 250 role players in the NBA. And if a role player in the NBA has a 15-year career, we're talking about like 14 to 16 draft picks every year that actually become legitimate role players. And that's first-round picks, second-round picks, undrafted guys, anyone. It's like there's only 15 spots every year that open up in an NBA rotation.
For whatever it's worth, Kevin O'Connor, he's as the Kings kind of evolve from the original Beam team, I feel like people are not changing their stances, but are just evolving in their stances. And Kevin O'Connor, he liked Devin Carter last season. He then essentially doubled down and said that he wouldn't include, and he did say this, he would not include, because somebody asked him, he responded that he would not include Devin Carter in a Cam Johnson deal. We don't know if that was the holdup, but he said he wouldn't do it. So with that, all that being said, he's giving out grades, okay, coming off of the last 2 days in the NBA draft. His grade for Nick Clifford going to the Sacramento Kings, an A. Clifford was a late bloomer in high school, and in college, once his jumper clicked, his game took off. He's not a point guard for the Kings, but he'll be a playmaker. He's as tough as nails wing who does it all and could fill a number of different roles as a plug-and-play option. He defends multiple positions, crashes the boards, and scores from anywhere. But as a super senior with only Mountain West pedigree, he lacks experience against high-level competition despite his age. Comparisons, Chris Middleton and Desmond Bane. Attributes, dime dropper, basketball IQ, and Swiss Army knife. That is from Kevin O'Connor of Yahoo Sports. Maxime Raynaud of Stanford. Draft grade for the Kings, according to Kevin O'Connor, A+. Raynaud leveled up every year at Stanford, turning into a player who pops threes, slashes to the rim with a smooth handle, and makes eye-popping passes. He was ranked 15th on my board, making him a steal in my eyes here for the Kings. He fell to this point in the draft because of his age and concerns about his defense. Still, if he can figure out that end of the floor, there's little reason to think the Frenchman won't carve out an NBA role. Comparisons, Brook Lopez, Rasheed Wallace. Attributes, paint protector, three-point marksman, and glass cleaner.
I feel like Brook Lopez is a little cheap because, they're Stanford.
Yeah, well, hey, sometimes if the shoe fits, wear it. Tell that to Dylan Raiola out there in Nebraska, is he still dressed? Oh, yeah, did he have to cut his hair? Because Mahomes cut his hair?
That is a great question. I'm going to research that for you.
When we return, what to do with Keon Ellis? Well, we know that we want him to stay here in Sacramento, but how will the Kings go about it? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hagen Oaks wants to be your go-to total golf game fitter. Try the TrackMan experience, the very best technology to fit your metalwoods and irons. The new cutting-edge putter fitting studio with its $30,000 worth of technology is ready for your fitting. Hagen Oaks will help you find the best putter for your game. Hagen Oaks offers more technology, more choices, and more service. Schedule your fitting at the Hagen Oaks Player Performance Studio by calling 916-808-2531. 808-2531 for more.
Have you heard? Kohl's Instant Kohl's Cash event is happening now. That's right. You can get $10 Kohl's Cash to use instantly when you spend $25 or more. Get it today and spend it today on summer must-haves from your favorite brands. Yep, you definitely don't want to miss this. Get instant Kohl's Cash while you still can at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Offers end June 29th. Some exclusions apply. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora at Kohl's. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason and Adriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, rightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Okay, Kyle. Give us your breakdown of everything that happened on. So you were on a plane with Devin Carter or just at the airport?
Oh, yes. Okay, so many of you know that a couple of weeks ago I was out. Went to my brother's college graduation. Shout out to my brother. Better than me in pretty much every way, I would say.
That's the one thing. I always wanted a brother, but having sisters, I was like, at least there's nobody that I would be jealous of.
I don't know. Are your sisters Division I athletes?
No.
Then you're good.
That's right. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, my brother graduated from college, and so I flew down to San Diego, and just while I was going in the TSA line, just look up and it's like, oh, hey, I recognize that person.
Yeah.
That's Devin Carter from the Sacramento Kings, just standing in line with us at TSA. And he's probably like 8 people in front of us, but me and him ultimately ended up standing right next to each other when we're walking through the, the security where you got to take off your shoes and put your hands up and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So Devin Carter doesn't do TSA pre-check.
I was going to say, what's he doing?
Devin Carter, I understand not having PJ money yet. He's still on a rookie contract, but no TSA pre-check for Dev, which I guess when they fly, do they go through security? I don't know how the NBA detailing works. You just kind of show up at the airport kind of situation. Yeah. So it's only when you're flying on your own time, I guess you got to go through TSA like that. So, anyways, there's not a great end to the story other than me saying I am 6'2" on a good day, which is, that's 6'1" and 7/8. I like to say 6'2" on a good day. Standing next to Devin Carter, he's got maybe 1.5 inches on me.
Okay.
And again, this is shoes off, right? Because you got to take your shoes off to go through TSA.
Is pure.
Shoes off.
This is combine.
Devin Carter is just tall enough where he still sticks out of the crowd of people in TSA, because there's like 400 people in line. He still stands out as being tall enough.
But it's not an automatic, whoa, do you play basketball?
Yes, exactly.
He's like 1 inch under, whoa, do you play basketball?
Yeah, and he's also got, I think he had the hoodie on at that point too, so it's like just another guy, He's not wearing anything that says like Sacramento Kings basketball, or he's not.
Well, that's the last thing he's doing.
No. He did have a nice bag, I will say that. But
Louis?
I don't know the brands, but it looked expensive, I'll tell you that. But
wow. And
anyway,
you didn't slide on him and say, Dev, we talk about you all the time on the show. Let's get you on.
Definitely wouldn't have said that. but he also didn't recognize me, so I guess he's not religiously watching the Allen Stiles Show, I guess.
But you guys are Gen Zs together. You could have been like, yo, we're going to take this world by storm. Up next. These millennials are old.
See, that's the other part of it is like, it wasn't like everyone was like, oh, can I take a photo? Can I take, like, if 5 people are stopping him and being like, oh, what's up, man? Can I get a photo? Or I love you, situation like that. Okay, maybe I feel a little bit better.
You could have hit him with a fryer. Hey, yo, fryer, bro. Just that. Hey, yo, fryer, man. Hey.
Fryer.
And you should have FaceTime me. Hey, fryer, man. This is the sound. I'm just like, yo, it's fryer.
But this is my thing. Like, I don't think of athletes as celebrities. Like, they're just normal people. I don't freak out when I see famous people.
No, but we got a network here, Kyle. We're trying to get these guys, man. We're trying to get info. We're trying to get intel.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if other people were recognizing him, I would have felt fine. No one's bothering him. He's just living his life.
So you're saying you would have ratted him out. You could have done it slyly.
I don't want to be the one, right? Because then because I also work here. I'm not a fan. I'm not going to be like, hey, Dev, what's up? Love you on the Kings. Because now it just
Did you
seems
hear
like
that? Kyle Ledbetter, not a fan of Devin Carter.
I might have to go interview him this season when we're down at Media Day.
What could you have said, Kyle? You could have said, yo, you could have been like, hey, the pleasantries. Hey, remember when we were, man, that crazy TSA, it was nuts, man. Hey, fryer, yeah, you know what it is. You could have, been like, hey,
But then I would have had
food. Like, let's go get some food, dude.
But then I would have had to have explained in my first interaction who I am instead of just being like, fryer.
Yeah,
I would have had to explain who I was.
Yeah, sure.
And then explain to him again at Media Day who I am. Right?
916-339-1140. The midday show, they don't want to send us places. They want to talk bleep behind us on the afternoon show, all this stuff. We are the underdogs here, just like Devin Carter. 916-339-1140. Call line, text line, Sack Chat. Did Kyle fumble the bag for the show?
I see our guy Manny Too Legit on the YouTube is asking if I got a picture with him. No, because I'm not that guy. Even if Devin Carter
I'm not saying a fanboy. I'm saying, did Kyle fumble a networking opportunity? That's the question.
Why? It's different if we're at the arena or something like that.
I disagree.
He's just living his life, man. You're
talking to the
he's in line at TSA at the airport.
This is what these Gen Zers, because all they do is talk in a screen all day, right? They don't talk to humans. Okay, this is what these Gen Zers don't understand. You can do things slyly. You trip over him or something, and oh shoot, Dev, what's up, bro?
So he was literally behind me in the walkthrough line. So you want me to be like, my hands are up, standing still at the screen, and then before I walk out, where they go pat down my what, because I always get, for some reason, even though I don't have metal on me, I always get stopped at the TSA. But while I'm here in the position of them scanning me, you want me to just turn my head to the side and be like, hey, what's up, Dev?
Okay, so when we left the Super Bowl, I looked up, and based on whatever time we were leaving, I look up, and it's Will Compton from Bussin' with the Boys. Okay.
Oh,
One of the biggest podcasts of the last 2-3 years. They were with Barstool. Now they've just done their own thing. And I know from what I've seen, I don't necessarily watch the show, so I know he's a girl dad. You know what I mean? So we're just putting all of our stuff through, and it was, I think for some reason there weren't a lot of other people around. And if you didn't know who he was, he would just look like another dude. So I said, oh shoot, Will. Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm out here in Sacramento. Would love to have you on. We're doing the old school radio thing. I know you guys are here. Can I get your number or something? That brother did not want to give me his number at all. But, I got it. About 2 months later, I texted him. I'm still waiting for a response about a year and a half later. But I got in there, Kyle. I got in there.
You got in there with Will Compton?
I got in there.
Look,
I got his number. Maybe I just got to follow up.
You know what? I'm not you then.
You kids take no for an answer too easily.
I'm being polite, right? He's living his life. Again, if we're at a media event, if we're at a King specific thing, I feel better.
You're just another guy. Now you're just another media schmuck.
what am I at TSA if I'm being a media schmuck?
Hey, man, look, I know you could have thrown me under the bus. Hey, I know Allen be talking crazy sometimes, bro, but I think you're fire, and I'd love to have you on the show.
Yeah,
man.
but then I'm taking the risk of, does he know, if I say Allen Stiles, does he know who that is?
That's a risk. Come on. Now, that's a risk that you'd have to take.
But again, I just decided I'm just going to let him go about his life. This is the other thing, though, is that because I'm in front of him, I put my shoes on right before him, and so we go our separate. I'm down one way, he's the other way, and I'm like, you know what? That's fine. I'm not going to turn around now and go say hi to him.
Oh, I would have.
No.
If I were you, I would have.
No, it's fine. Again, we got what we wanted out of it, which is confirmation that dude is 6'3.5", no shoes on. He at most an inch and a half on me.
That makes me feel a little bit better, honestly.
He is 6'3.5" at the tallest.
510 says no, Kyle didn't fumble the bag. The setting wasn't right to network unless he ended up sitting by him on the plane.
No, completely different flights. Again, this was
right. I think they're just saying if that were the case.
I guess I should just reiterate. He was about 8 people in front of me in line at the TSA, but he's also tall enough that like he stands out in a crowd. So it's like, oh, hey, I recognize that face.
He could have been our guy. Weekly show with Devin Carr. that could have been our situation, but you wanted to be what's the word? Polite.
So he was about 8 in front of me, and then
you could have got his number.
Yeah, but obviously I can't. He's far enough away that I can't like over 7 people be like, "Hey, what's up, Devin?"
I'm actually getting more upset now as this conversation goes on.
I missed the 45-second window where after we both go through TSA, I'm standing in front of him now as we're both walking through the security where they like do the scan and pat you down.
This is the type of stuff we're talking about.
Missed the window there, but I do not regret the decision because again, we're at the airport. I'm not going to bother the man while he's just trying to.
You know what?
Just trying to catch a flight to. He's got a 7-hour flight to probably Providence or something.
That's the memorable stuff there, Kyle. 916 says you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. The other saying goes, I'm not going to think about a shot that I haven't missed yet. You know, and I'm telling you, these Gen Zers, man, we got to teach them. The listeners, you Gen Xers out there, us millennials, we got to teach these kids, man. They just want to talk on TikTok all day. That's all they want to do. When we return, Keon Ellis. Now there's a Gen Zer that I love. Will he still be on the Kings? I think so. Let's talk about it. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Sometimes an identity threat is a ring of professional hackers. And sometimes it's an overworked accountant who forgot to encrypt their connection while sending bank details.
I need a coffee.
And you need LifeLock because your info is in endless places. It only takes one mistake to expose you to identity theft. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $749.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Hey, movie fans, get ready for the most authentic racing film there's ever been. F1, the IMAX experience.
They're saying Sonny Hayes isn't a has-been. He's a never was.
Starring Brad Pitt, F1 the movie puts you in the driver's seat of high-octane drama and speed. Filmed for IMAX, feel the rush of the track like never before on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen with horsepower audio. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento. F1 playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hello, Sacramento. I'm Emran Pilati, owner of True Sports Cards and Collectible Store here in Rockland, California, and the host of the True Sports Cards Show that airs right here on Sacktown Sports 1140 every Saturday from 10 to 11 a.m., where we discuss the latest trends, hottest products, and deliver exclusive interviews with other industry leaders. And don't forget to visit our shop, True Sports Cards, at 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland and see what we have for all your sports card and memorabilia needs.
Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram has the biggest selection, the best prices, and unbeatable customer service. Check them out online, SacSuperstore.com, for the guaranteed lowest price on Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Open until 10 o'clock and right across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course. SacSuperstore.com.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Kyle fumbled. Everybody is saying Kyle fumbled, but it's okay. Manny, too legit. Allen, what would you have said? I already told you. Fryer, what's good, bro? Hey, Allen be talking crazy. Dude, I think you're nice with it. Let's come on the show. Let's have some fun. Us Gen Zers got to stick together. Allen, he's got hella gray hairs. Like, just throw me under the bus. It would have been perfect. But this is a teaching experience, a teaching opportunity. And I want to thank the listeners for helping us teach our young Padawan of Kyle how to network.
How to network.
These Gen Zers, they just don't do that.
How to network while he's putting his shoes on in the TSA.
Hey, what's up, man? What type of shoes are those? Those Crocs? Are they in sport mode? What you got?
Here's the even funnier one, because he's, again, reminder, he's behind me walking through security. So
Dude,
while
I'm telling you, Kyle, I have dropped keys on purpose.
No, here's what the situation would have been. He walks by while I'm getting patted down, while a TSA person is rubbing my crotch to pat me down.
Yeah.
I'd just be like, Fryer.
Hey, Dev. Hey, after this crotch check, hey, let's go chat, bro.
No, I'm like we got to do it while he's walking by,
man,
mid-dap.
Yeah. Hey, just
dap
legs wide open, just, yo, man.
No, I dap him up, and then the security guy says, "Arms wide, please," and then just starts checking my armpits.
I'm telling you, all right,
for the metal that's clearly on my body, because I get stopped every time I go through security.
It's okay, and Dev would have helped you out, but now we'll never know. What will the Kings do with Keon Ellis before Sunday? From one stud defender to another, what will the Kings do with Keon Ellis before Sunday? They must decide whether or not to accept his $2.3 million team option or opt out and sign him to a long-term extension. Can increase his salary for next year from 2.3 to 14.1 million next season, which is so funny because when we talked about Keon's value this past season, it was right at $14 million. So I think that it's a kind of perfect situation for the Kings. Kyle goes on to kind of put on in here, making the Keon Ellis extension before trading either Malik or DeMar DeRozan would affect the types of trades they can make without going into the first apron. And I know the Kings don't want to do that, which means that this weekend could be quite interesting for the Kings. And some of this stuff could happen, like I said, as soon as we get off here, because everything happens after we kind of get off the show. So, 202, 203, that's where we're looking as far as some of this news to come down. But where I want to take it and spending time on the Nick Clifford of it all and some of the redundancy, Keon Ellis it's interesting out of this whole conversation, out of all the shooting guards, and this is a good note when we kind of discuss Maxime Raynaud, the undrafted free agents. Who would have thought the Kings have 5, 6 now shooting guard wings on the team, and the one that all of us are saying the Kings have to keep is the one that wasn't drafted, in Keon Ellis. Zach LaVine isn't going to go, but I think that there would be a lot of people saying, cool, let's take that money. Obviously, DeMar DeRozan, let's take that money. Devin Carter, people feel how they feel about Devin Carter. Malik Monk, hey, if the value's there, let's have that conversation. All of these guys you could probably talk yourselves into. Keon Ellis is the one guy I don't think I've ever seen anybody say we should look to moving Keon Ellis. And that brother wasn't drafted. So we hope that Nick Clifford works out. We hope that both of them work out. Maxime as well. But, the decisions, and again, some of this stuff is the norm. Some of it isn't when it comes to, hey, don't draft me. Who, by the way, and in the 1 o'clock hour, we'll talk about the fact that Barry in the lead, Maxime may have dropped because he wanted to go to Sacramento.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to go to Sacramento. So it's coming up about 10 minutes. But Keon Ellis is the one guy all of us have decided, not that anybody is quote unquote untouchable, but now that we know the Kings aren't going to take a big swing at Trae Young, and if you're not taking a big swing at Trae Young, that kind of means you're not taking a big swing for Ja Morant, right? I mean, they're not the same exact type of player. Obviously, Trae shoots it way more than Ja does, but if the reason was Trae being offense first, then yeah, not that the Grizzlies, they keep saying that he's not available anyway, but you're basically saying that Ja Morant ain't doing it for you either, is how I take it. So I don't know why if Keon Ellis got moved, and we're doing the same thing that Kevin O'Connor did with Devin Carter in a Cam Johnson deal, but Keon Ellis to me cannot be moved in a Cam Johnson. If the big fish conversation is done, Zion, obviously Trae Young, and that would have killed me if they moved Keon for Drew Holiday. I mean, that would have been insane. I don't think they would have done that. But now that we know the big fish hunting, and it's been reported that the Kings are looking at free agent point guards as far as that part of the team needs, or those parts of the team needs, Keon Ellis is not – I don't see any world where Keon Ellis would need to be moved unless it's a bad deal. I am not moving Keon Ellis in any type of – I'm so tired of these Heat fans saying everybody's untouchable. But this is our time on our show, home of the Sacramento Kings, where we can say, you idiots aren't getting Keon Ellis, okay? I'm not moving anybody that's left now with, if you're not going big fish hunting, the big fish hunting is done. I'm not moving Keon Ellis for really anybody on the Heat that they'd be willing to move anyway, right? Or in some DeMar DeRozan deal to get Andrew Wiggins. No. And Cam Johnson, no. Hey, right? John Collins, no. if the big fish hunting is done, Keon should go ahead, once he signs his contract, go purchase a nice home in Sacramento, because that brother should not be leaving anytime soon.
I mean, it's just hard to pin down what his value is right now is the only part of it. But what's so fascinating is that the value doesn't really matter as much in this conversation, right? Because of how the team option works and because of restricted free agency being so weird this year where no teams have actual cap space to the point where he's kind of limited in what he could actually sign as an offer sheet if he tried to go to another team. It's almost like they can limit how much he's actually going to make on a contract if they decide to opt out and decide to opt out of that contract and then sign him to an extension, which is what we're talking about here. There's not a good situation where they opt out and don't have a contract already lined up, because then it would be a weird restricted free agency situation. The only reason they would opt out is if they have a deal already in place. So in a weird way, it's an advantageous position for the Kings where you don't have to pay him what he would get on the open market, but I don't even know what he would get on the open market right now, which is the weird part of all of this.
Now, look, if we're going to have this conversation about Devin Carter drafting Nick Clifford, then we should also have the conversation, does Nick Clifford affect Keon's status and how they approach this? I don't think it should, but it's possible, because here's the only thing I would argue, right? And obviously we've seen more from Keon in a way, and we can talk about it more in the 1 o'clock hour here. In a way, you can make the argument it's the same version of the Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan argument, right? If you like Nick Clifford and now you have a bit of a logjam, even though Nick is bigger than Keon and they do similar things, you could make the argument, not that we want to move off of Keon more than Devin, but if Keon is going to net you more back than Devin, and obviously the sign, whatever that looks like, just play with me here. And sorry, Bobby
Jackson's, you just murdered Bobby Jackson. Alan, you just murdered Bobby Jackson.
Bobby Jackson's head went down.
Bobby Jackson's head is still lying on the table.
I'm trying to put it back. There we go.
Bobby, you just left Bobby Jackson's head laying on the table.
I'm trying to finish the segment. But you know what? On the other side, we'll finish the rest. Basically, if Keon has more value, then you're moving off of Keon, not because you like Devin more than Keon, the same way you're not moving off of Malik because you like Malik more than DeMar DeRozan. But if they're comparable pieces, you're trying to get that value and see where you could go from there. Stop laughing, Kyle. 1 o'clock hour coming up next. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
But do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Do your summer plans include travel? Make sure your prep includes more than just flights and hotels. Stay up to date with COVID-19 vaccination, especially if you're 65 or older or have certain health conditions. There have been surges in COVID-19 in the summer, too. It's important to help protect yourself no matter your destination. So check eligibility and schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. That's VAXAssist.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hot summer savings explode at Maida's Elk Grove Chevy. Save $12,000 off MSRP after rebates. Every new 2025 Silverado half-ton LT and RST in stock.
Maida Chevy has similar savings on every new Silverado. One of the largest selections in the Sacramento area.
$12,000 off new Silverado exclusively at the Maida Chevy Silverado Supercenter. Now that's big, huge. See them all at MaidaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Just rated 2011 renewed. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Experience the excitement of Sacramento Rivercats baseball at Sutter Health Park. From thrilling plays on the field to fun in the stands with family and friends, Rivercats baseball is for everyone. Enjoy lively entertainment all season long, the best ballpark food around, some of the finest views of the Sacramento skyline, and baseball memories with the Sacramento Rivercats to last a lifetime. Grab your tickets now at rivercats.com.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
This is from Matt George. We got more Keon conversation coming up. Ramsey is texted in saying, I can move on from Keon Ellis without hesitation. I got nothing, Ramsey. Come on.
You can have him defend himself on Monday because he'll be filling in for me.
You'll be in the morning show?
Yes, I'm with Dave and Jason sort of all next week. We're only here Monday through Wednesday next week.
That's right. All right. We'll put a pin in that, Ramsey, because I don't know, big dog. I don't know about that one, big dog. But what I do know is that Maxime Raynaud seems to have tried to control his destiny. No Ace Bailey here. Right? This is how Kyle's trying to make the Ace Bailey situation look like the second rounders and how they try to control it. So what we've read is that Maxime out of Stanford, the Frenchman, dropped because of his age and because of his defense. Right now, he can block shots a little bit, but just a lateral defense, things like that, there are question marks. That's what we heard. But he dropped a good bit. I mean, he was number one on J-Bills. His big board makes it all the way down to 42. So a lot of us thought, what the heck is going on here? After he gets drafted to the Kings, and it was just so beautiful for me to read those lips and to see the and just know it was going to be Maxime when in years past you've wanted to start to read the lips and then something completely different gets said. But Matt George reported last night, and he said, sounds like Sacramento was a preferred destination for Raynaud and his camp. May explain why he fell to them at 42. Now, the next question would be, there are two centers on this team. Why would he want to go out to Sacramento? Well, is there a center like Maxime Raynaud on this team? I think not. And as we had conversations in the past, now, look, if his question mark is defense, then at least for now, and we know he can block shots, but if his question mark is defense, then we'll cross this bridge when we get there.
Hey, sounds like a Sacramento Kings player.
Yeah, that's right. Not anymore. You stop that. But on the text line, we were talking about going out and getting a 4. Right now, we were more so talking about these crazy athletic 4s that are running around, and a lot of them seem to go in the lottery or close to the lottery nowadays. But somebody texted in and said, well, Domantas Sabonis is really a 4. This is the conversation we've had before about Domantas Sabonis and just the idea of who he is offensively, who he is defensively. Now, don't want to put the cart before the horse at all, but, people had him slated as high as number 15, okay? The number 15 prospect. So the Kings really might have found something here, and if you're taking a trip into Maxime Raynaud's brain as to why he'd want to go to Sacramento, well, that's the type of center that it feels like the Kings could play alongside Domantas Sabonis. Valanciunas, not so much, right? Because his defense isn't anything to write home about either, and he doesn't stretch the floor. And I think his passing is pretty good, but some of the things that he would have to help Domantas Sabonis with, he would be unable to help Domantas Sabonis with. Now, Maxime Raynaud is not a perfect fit either, because you'd like him to be better defensively, and maybe he can improve defensively. But again, there's one Jaren Jackson Jr. There's one. It's pretty hard to come by, right? Oh, Jaren Jackson Jr. would be perfect with Domantas Sabonis. Yeah, they also say that for every other team in the NBA that is trying to pair something with their center, right? Or you have the Mobley situation with the Cavs. There's one Mobley, and look how high he went in the draft.
Well, there's kind of two, and the other's Jaren Jackson Jr., and look how high he went in the draft.
There's two, right? And I would even say, yeah, Mobley, they're both kind of depoys that stretch the floor. So there's two of them, and those teams are not letting go. Maybe we'll see what happens with the Grizzlies, but Maxime is thinking, look, maybe I can make some things happen here. Maybe I can help out in Sacramento. I don't really see Jonas Valanciunas as competition in that way, because we keep talking about these inches today and sizes today. What you're listed at and what you do doesn't really matter. Ace Bailey, they got him listed at a guard. He's 6'8", right? It's how you play the game, how you go about the game. So Maxime is saying, yeah, they have two centers on their roster, but they don't have a center like me on their roster. If Brook Lopez was under contract somewhere and he was 4 years younger, then Maxime might say, all right, I don't know that I need to go to a team, that Brook Lopez is on, or guys that kind of slot more into what he is and what he may be in the league. So a lot of people say, why would he want to go to the Kings? They got two centers. Yeah. Do either of those centers do what Maxime does? No.
Well, and the other part of it is, what did Dr. Joaquin call him earlier? Was it a flex 5? I think was the term he used for it, which is teams play two bigs now, but it's not two bigs. It's a big and a tall, right? So it's Jaren Jackson Jr., Zach Edey. Both are 7 feet tall, but one is tall and lanky and blocks shots, and the other is big, right? Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein, right? Chet Holmgren is 7'1", and they play him at the 4, right? Because it's a tall and a big. And that's kind of my way of thinking about the bigs in the NBA. You've got lanky guys who block shots, and then you've got bigs who are physical down low and can defend fives. Zubac being a version of that. Hartenstein, guys like that. And Sabonis and Valanciunas would both check the box of a big. I think he's closer. Maxime is closer to checking the box of a tall.
Yeah.
Which if they can get one of those guys, they can play both at the same time, and it doesn't matter what position you play, because positions only matter on defense, right? On offense, Brook Lopez is a 4, right? Brook Lopez sits in the corner and shoots threes, and Giannis operates as the quote-unquote point center or the big, right? So maybe you're defending fives, but you're playing essentially a stretch 4 on offense if you're able to sit in the corner and shoot threes, which we talked about with Valanciunas, and it was kind of funny to think about, but maybe Maxime can contribute essentially in that Trey Lyles role is the simplest way I can phrase it. What Trey Lyles was last year for the Kings, that's the role that Maxime can potentially fit in right now on this team.
Yeah, and, I think that when it comes to what he's supposed to be and what he's missing, we have a 480 chiming in talking about an interview that Maxime did and why his blocks were down, but we're gonna no disrespect 480. I think it sounds great what you wrote in, but we want to fact check it. But if so, just as far as why his blocks weren't where they needed to be and how important he was to the Stanford offense. The other thing is the future of the Kings and where it's headed in the future of the league. This is just the type of guy that I think the Kings they got two guys that kind of embody. And, I was just talking about Scott Perry yesterday and just asking the knights of the round table and Frankie Cardicelli, Chris Watkins, and Brandon Nunez, hey, are you worried at all? And this kind of started with Carmichael Dave earlier this week. Just, hey, do we think that Scott Perry might be too connected to the old school approach just because of kind of where his foundation is? And I think maybe this was his way of finding a middle ground between like an old school approach to getting modern style of players. Okay, fine. If I need to go get that kind of Swiss Army knife type player, I'm going to get the grizzled college vet version of that guy. Okay, fine. If we need to go get that flex 5, the bigs are stretching the floor now. Let's go get somebody that has done some things at Stanford and is, again, 22, 23 years old. And I think that's a pretty smart way to do it. I do wonder, though, and honestly, it's not that I wonder this because I don't care on a day like this if we're falling for it. And I'm just saying we in general, and obviously I've been the happiest I've been in possibly my whole time covering the Kings here.
Oh, that's so sad.
I'm just saying, man. I'll rehash that because maybe that's not
the
true.
Day after they beat the Warriors,
yeah,
in the play-in.
That gave me number 2 though. We'll rehash it later, but obviously I've been incredibly excited about this, and part of that was, yes, Maxime was one of my guys. All right, but I am self-aware enough to realize that we might be falling for it. Okay, we might be falling for it because every year I'm sure there is a second rounder that's gonna, wow, they got the guy. How could X team get X guy? How they get the guy, or who that great value at the end. Everybody feels like it. That's why they're drafting these guys, right? Everybody feels like whoever they're drafting in that. And we joked a little bit about it yesterday. Oh, I was surprised he was still there. Well, of course you were. You're not going to say, yeah, I thought that bum wasn't going to get drafted at all, so we just decided to take him at 27. Right? Nobody's going to say that. So maybe I am, feeling a little bit too good about things, but I don't care. I don't care. Well, it's been a long road, and it hasn't even been that long of a road for me. Some of y'all have been living in this forever.
Well, and some of these guys are going to have to play because right now they only have 11 roster guys, and one of them is Terrence Davis, right?
Yeah.
So somebody's going to have to fill these minutes unless there's a major trade going by, which we talked about earlier. Now that the draft has passed, with every day that passes over the next week or so, the odds of Malik, DeMar, or Zach LaVine getting traded becomes less and less because more teams are filling out the rest of their roster. And the Kings have to make important decisions on Keon Ellis. We hashed that out earlier. They've got to decide what point guard they're going to go sign in free agency. Are they going to pay a biannual exception, or are they going to dip into some of their $14 million of, buy whatever? There's ways they add money, but the point is, like, they have to make some of these decisions in the next few days, and other teams are making similar decisions. So if this is the roster and they add a point guard and maybe bring back Trey Lyles or bring back Jake LaRavia, then one of these young guys is just going to have to contribute by the fact that they only have 9 rotation players right now. So either Maxime or Neek Clifford or one of these other people who they've picked up, Isaac Jones, even you could throw into the group. One of those guys is going to have to contribute just by the fact that they're going to have to play minutes at the 4 or the 3.
Can I just say, as it pertains to Isaac Jones, I feel like I'm stuck in between underrating him and just trying to evaluate him properly. Right. I'm not going to sit here and say Isaac Jones to that point of, hey, some of these guys just based on numbers are going to have to play. I'm not going to sit here and say Isaac Jones leap year, it's coming. But I do think there's a part of me that feels like I'm not disrespecting him at all, but I'm just not thinking about him. Mm-hmm. And I've kind of just said the reason is, again, and this is just, it is what it is. In my opinion, this team wasn't very good. They had injuries. Isaac Jones was able to help. There are just so many G Leaguers. And I saw Isaac Jones at the All-Star showcase that they had out there in San Francisco, and he balled out. And there's just so many guys, and in baseball, we call them, 4A players, where they're too good for AAA, but can't really hang around in the big leagues. And I'm not even calling Isaac Jones that yet, because I don't think he's gotten enough opportunities to show, maybe close to that, but I don't think he's gotten enough. I'm just not, I have just put him in the category of there were injuries and this team wasn't very good, and Isaac Jones took advantage of his opportunity, but it's not the same situation where I saw the flashes that I saw with Keon Ellis where, hey, and again, part of that is just, again, and I don't even play 2K. I don't even play video games like that, which I should have. Maybe I'd be making more money right now, but I'm not, it's not even about the player. It's more about the build, right? Isaac Jones right now, and he could come back and maybe he's splashing threes or whatever it is. But right now, being that 8th time I've said it on the show today, being that kind of 6'9" tweener type, he is the power forward, but doesn't really stretch the floor like that quite yet. Where does he slot in this iteration of the NBA?
So even that, remember when, gosh, I don't remember who got hurt, but remember that 2 or 3 week stretch right before Mike Brown got fired when he was playing Isaac Jones all the time?
Yes.
Even during that stretch of 7 games, there were some real growing pain type mistakes. He was just standing in the wrong places. One time he tripped De'Aaron Fox and it led to a breakaway steal. There were some Mike Brown was pulling him aside and doing coaching type of moments, even during that run where he was getting games. And then towards the back half of the year, we just didn't see him except for garbage time. So I think you have the right mindset of he's probably a tweener between the G League and the NBA, not a rotation guy, but also too good to be in the G League. Mm-hmm. Kind of like Nimi Keita has been.
Or Keita.
But the one silver lining I'd hold out for him and probably also I would say Maxime to a certain extent is just that he hasn't played that much basketball, right? So you get a little bit of grace in the sense that maybe there is more development that is there, even though I think Isaac Jones is 24 or 25 years old.
Right.
You think there's still some sort of development that could be there because he's only played 6 years of organized basketball.
Right. I mean, the Scalabissiers of the world, that he's good enough to be around for a while. I don't know how much time we should spend on it, but also when those words come out of my mouth, I feel like I'm undervaluing him or underestimating him all at once.
Especially on a team that needs run at the, I guess you would say, 4 position on defense.
Yes, which is probably the biggest reason that he could get run and get an opportunity to show I should be up here irregardless of coaching staff or situation or whatever. I was just thinking about what you were saying as far as that time period and how Isaac Jones was getting time.
Yeah.
But it was more of Mike Brown trying to, not Mike Jones, we can play that coming into the next segment. Mike Brown trying to find answers so quickly.
Yeah.
And then you look down and that was what? Game 15 or game 17?
I think it was a little later because the one I remember being like the last one of the experiment was the Denver game where DeRozan bobbled it. And like Mike only had like 5 more games after that. But after that one, that's when I remember like we're not really playing Isaac Jones very much anymore. So it was like the 7 games right before that where it was like Keegan was hurt and Monk was now in the starting lineup and like Jay Crowder started a random game. It was like that stretch. I remember they were playing a bunch of Isaac Jones and that might have been around the time we had him on the show.
Yeah,
now that I think about it.
That was the Hot Honey Jones. No, and I think that was earlier because that's when he was, I guess, more so quote unquote balling, if you will, the Hot Honey Jones. But it just reminded me of last season was basically Interstellar. Because one game, like how time is all messed up in Interstellar, and one day on Earth is 7 days. One game, this is how the Kings organization felt like. One game, each game in the 2024-2025 season for Mike Brown felt like 10 games.
Yeah,
like by the time that stuff you're talking about felt like, oh my gosh, things got so bad so quick. They went to there was an Isaac Jones experiment happening in game 15 to 20. And I know there were some injuries, but it just everything, I can't get over how fast everything escalated.
Okay, I'm pulling up his game logs right now just so we can see just how many games it actually was. Let's see. So yeah. Wow, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 games. It was like an 8-game stretch where he was getting a whole bunch of run. And it was from the first Minnesota game where they came back, which I kind of want to see who was out for that game now, because that was kind of the first one. Oh, that was the game Jay Crowder started. So beginning at the game that Jay Crowder randomly started, which the starting lineup that game was De'Aaron Fox, Keon Ellis, Jay Crowder, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis.
And you know what? Funny enough, when we were talking about the last time I was off the hopium, that was one of those nights.
When they randomly came back to beat Minnesota, and then like the next game they lost to Portland or something.
Yes.
And then they moved Malik into the starting lineup. It was all around that time that Isaac Jones was getting his run, because it's like 21 minutes, 20, 19, 18, 16, and then 7, 4, 6, and that was about it for the run of Isaac Jones.
Yeah.
It was about 4 games. He had that one game where he had 12 points, which that had to be when we interviewed him on the show.
Probably.
It had to be after that 12-point game against, was it Houston or something like that?
Yeah. So, people were saying, Allen, we need the 6'8", 6'9" power forwards. I mean, that's one guy in Isaac Jones who, we've seen him get some time before. What does it mean when you bring on another guy that is similar to what you already have in Devin Carter, Keon Ellis, and of course, and talking about Nick Clifford, of course, not the same. He is bigger for sure. Somebody on the text line said, does this mean that Jake LaRavia, that situation is cooked? I would say probably. When it first happened, 2 days ago, that's what I thought.
I think we should say we don't know, although we can still, I guess we should lay it out because we're probably going to get the answer on Monday, is the Kings can only offer him $5.1 million the first year and then like 8% pay raises every year after that. So the Kings are just limited in what they can offer him. So just one other team has to come along to outprice them.
This is the better way to break that down, right? And obviously there are some guys that are already on the roster, and Jake LaRavia technically isn't on the roster because we got to see what happens with the contract. But between Jake LaRavia, this is what we do know. Between Jake LaRavia, and let's ignore Zach LaVine for now. But between Jake LaRavia, Malik Monk, Keon Ellis, Devin Carter, Nick Clifford, and DeMar DeRozan, that's 6 names. I think it was 6 or 7. 2 of those guys, definitely one of those guys, but maybe even 2 of those guys. So you could subtract Jake LaRavia if you want, because he's not on contract and might get priced out. Or you could leave Jake LaRavia and take away Devin Carter. All those guys aren't going to be on the roster. That's what I do know. I don't know if that casualty is going to be Jake LaRavia, but all them dudes not going to be on the roster very, very soon here.
What is
the unless?
Unless Nick Clifford is just going to be a garbage time guy.
Or G League.
Yeah, or G League tweener, right?
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying is not a possibility, right? If they bring back Jake LaRavia and sign Dennis Schroeder, all of a sudden they've got 13 roster guys. And one of those is Terrence Davis, right? But you've got 13 roster guys and a bunch of two-way contracts, right? Because I would imagine Mason Jones is going to be a two-way contract. I would imagine Maxime is probably going to be a two-way contract. And then maybe one of the undrafted guys or maybe one of the G Leaguers, right? So you're looking at only 1 or 2 more roster spots, which are probably going to go to either the Trey Lyles or the Jay Crowders or maybe the Doug McDermotts.
Yeah.
One of those guys that's just going to be a veteran minimum contract person.
Yeah, there was somebody on the SAC chat that, and shout out to everybody that's been in the SAC chat. Tay says, of all the things, when people chime in on the text line or call in or on the YouTube and they're just upset about somebody, we've heard about a lot of as far as people being upset about stuff. I did not think I would see, just based on the situation, right? Just everything that we saw and experienced with Dougie McBuckets. I did not expect to see. I don't want to see Doug McDermott on this team next season. That's from Tay. And of all the things to be upset about with the Sacramento Kings, Tay is sick and get Doug McDermott off my basketball team. That's what has Tay ticked off on a Friday. I can be honest with you, I haven't thought about Doug McDermott probably since March,
April.
Whenever his last Doug McDermott, let me make 7 straight when we're down 40. Whenever that last appearance was, that's the last time Doug McDermott has even popped into my brain.
That was so weird that he just did that like 3 times where they were down 30 points and he came in and hit like 6 threes in a quarter.
And then what was his,
or they were up 30.
What was his game high in a game he started? Because I don't think he ever got close in a game he actually started to those weird Super Saiyan performances.
But the only one I remember for sure was the coming off the bench in the Denver game, because like he was the reason Jokic had like 36, 22, and 17, which had never happened in NBA history. It was because the Nuggets were up 25 and Doug McDermott forced him to bring the starters back in.
Nobody is wanting Doug to be around to be that 4 that we keep talking about, man. Come on, he goes 6'7", 6'8". Stop disrespecting Doug out here, dude. When we return, when we respect Doug, and that's what we're gonna do. When we return, the New Orleans Pelicans may be a cautionary tale for the Sacramento Kings. We tell you why when we get back. Allen Stiles, Sac Town Sports.
Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy Heating and Air. Yes, I always tell you they are a family-owned operation, been in business since 81, A-plus Better Business Bureau, but it is hot. We are in those Sacramento hot months. I want to focus on them being your second opinion partner. What does that mean? Maybe you've got somebody you're working with or you've worked with in the past in the HVAC world. Guess what? They want to give you a second opinion. How much does it cost? Nothing. You call them up and say, hey, can I get a second opinion on this deal? They come out and they either say, wow, that's a great deal, you should feel better about that. Or they say, we can beat that price. And usually they're going to beat it by a lot. Guess what? You just saved money and it didn't cost you anything to find out. It's a no-lose situation. Go with a trusted company. American Energy, 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. Jingle Singers, take it away.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret, AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Locash, Vincent Mason, and Avriana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Hey, movie fans, get ready for the most authentic racing film there's ever been. F1, the IMAX experience.
They're saying Sonny Hayes isn't a husband. He's a never one.
Starring Brad Pitt, F1 the movie puts you in the driver's seat of high-octane drama and speed. Filmed for IMAX, feel the rush of the track like never before on the Esquire IMAX 6-story screen with horsepower audio. Get your reserved seats today at IMAX.com/Sacramento. F1 playing this week at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
I'm Ken Korak with your Green and Gold Report, brought to you by Comcast Business, powering possibilities. Well, there's a real chance of Jacob Wilson starting the All-Star game. As of the start of the A's current trip, he had a 250,000 vote lead at shortstop. Next up, the final vote of the top two finishers. If he wins that, he'll become the first A's shortstop to start the game in 50 years. Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. It's how retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And it's how healthcare offices become data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business.
And vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
30 more minutes left with you. Whitey Gleason will be joining us in a little bit. And we are having some fun here. And I'm not at anybody's expense. Somebody said on the text line 209 when they were getting killed in the play, and Doug felt like our last chance at life. And that was that the point where, was it kind of a niche situation with Doug where it was, all right, it's Doug time, right? What a funny situation where it was, all right, we're getting smacked. Let's just have some fun with Doug.
That was kind of the fun part about the whole season, was just the random, because there's been Dougs before, right? Before it was Matthew Dellavedova, and before that there's just random. Doug was just the comedic relief player, right? Just he comes in and you just want to believe
that. Now that is messed up.
You're just the comedic relief player.
That is crazy.
Every team's got one.
But not as electric as Doug.
No, Doug McDermott's made a second career out of it, right? He's been this guy on like 3 teams now.
If you're do you say, hey, right, does he get thrown on the Thunder or something, and just in case of emergency, everybody's cold? Like the Thunder had some games where they were ice cold, and I know it sounds ridiculous, but not to play as long as he did with the Kings, but hey, can Doug get us going a little bit and then just hop on out of there?
Yeah, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. Just he's either going to miss 2 shots. I'm just saying,
will somebody else will he be on a team in a more respectable situation?
No, I mean, he signed with the Kings, late into training camp? I think he is kind of at the place where it's like, you're either going to retire or you're going to go to Europe, right? If you're signing with the Kings, a not championship contending team in the middle of training camp, it kind of tells you that you're kind of right on your way out.
I'm saying he did some things to bring his value. With 7 and 40 seconds or whatever the heck it was.
6 threes in 5 minutes against the Jazz.
I mean,
we should have traded him for a second-round pick then.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. So shout out Doug, and we're having some fun here. We spent so much time talking about who the Kings have gone after. Dylan Cardwell, undrafted free agent. You had Isaac Noguez-Gonzalez and Jabri Abdur-Rahim. He will be joining the Kings for Summer League. So a couple of those moves made. Obviously, Maxime Raynaud is my guy, and we're really excited. Sounds like Sacramento was a preferred destination for Raynaud, and his camp may explain why he fell to them at 42. I mean, that's a long way to fall as far as destinations are concerned, and that was Matt George who reported on that. You know what I was afraid of? The only reason I wasn't worried because the Warriors were ahead of, because at that point, we had both of my guys. We had Markovic, right, or Markovic, and we had, at that point, we still had Raynaud. So I knew both of them are going to, I don't know if the Kings are going to take either of them, but the Warriors could only take one of them. But I just thought, and I know, and he's also a second-round guy, I don't know why the Warriors would take him with Quentin Post, which sounds like a ridiculous statement, but they're both second-rounders, so it's not that ridiculous of a statement.
But then didn't the Warriors end up trading out of it anyways?
They traded out of it, and the Suns ended up taking Whitey's boy, Kobe Brea. And I didn't, you never know, because the Suns, by the way, speaking of 7-footers, the Suns not moving forward with Bol. It could have.
Wait, why'd you say his name like that?
What do you mean?
It was like Bol.
Bol. Come on, man.
Bol.
What are we doing?
Bol. Well, now you said Bol. Bol.
Oh, my goodness.
It's Friday, isn't it?
No, yeah. Kyle is feeling good. He's got to wake up early on Monday so they can have fun with whatever the hell that just was in the morning. Dave and Jason they might not be happy about it if Kyle keeps dropping heaters like that.
You were just saying his name wrong. That's all I said. You were putting the inflection in the weird place.
Is this a Cool Whip? Is this a?
Yeah, that's basically, this is a Cool Whip thing.
Is this a Family Guy situation? Well, the family looks to be breaking up out there in New Orleans. The New Orleans Pelicans might be your segue strikes again.
That was actually pretty good. That was pretty good.
The New Orleans Pelicans might be a cautionary tale for the Sacramento Kings. New general manager Joe Dumars, with a team that underperformed last year, doubled down on his current roster by trading his 2026 first and his 2026 and another one for Derek Queen. So what, 2 first rounders for Derek Queen?
They traded Indiana's first and their own for Derek Queen, essentially, and also drafted Jeremiah Fears.
When they have Yves Missi right now, right, and Derek Queen is a center, so they have Pelicans now have Zion, Trey Murphy, the GOAT, Jordan Poole, DeJounte Murray, Jose Alvarado, Yves Missi, Jeremiah Fears, zero Fears. That's going to hit crazy on the jersey, by the way. Derek Queen, and no 2026 first rounders. What are they cooking? We have absolutely no clue, because I don't know. Why do you need Yves Missi and Derek Queen?
Look, the Pelicans just don't make sense. I honestly think it's one of those situations where new guy comes in and he's not tied to Yves Missi. And also, the nerds kind of said that Yves Missi wasn't. I'm just going to hit myself with it. The nerds didn't think he was actually that good last year. He was just kind of getting run on a bad team. And if you look at some of the nerd stats, he wasn't actually that good. But I think it's one of those where Dumars comes in and he's getting his guy. And boy, he gave up a lot for Derek Queen. So I don't know if Yves Missi becomes part of your long-term plan at that point.
Well, and this is a much safer, a much riskier version of, you could argue, what the Kings did, right? With Scott Perry deciding that, hey, we like Neat Clifford. Is there some overlap with Devin Carter a little bit and the other small wing shooting guards that we have? Yes, but this is my guy.
I think, to bring it back to the Pelicans, I think Kings fans were worried that a new general manager would come in and do what the Pelicans just did, which is we have a flawed roster with a flawed star, and we're just going to double down on the roster and mortgage the future to double down on a flawed roster. And Sacramento hasn't done that. Now, they haven't really done anything yet other than trade into the first round. But the Pelicans have now made a lot of major roster moves that essentially lock them into this group for the next 2 seasons, despite the fact that we both kind of agree if you're picking teams that we know are not as good as the Kings, it's probably the Pelicans. And in this Western Conference, that could be a lottery pick that the Pelicans just gave away in order to go up and get Derek Queen.
Yeah, 480 says, hot take, I think Fears, it says Fevers, but Fears and Queen are going to be off the charts. It's risky, but I think that pairing is going to be fire. But again, it's the thought process for me. There is none in New Orleans, right? Even if they had come out and said, because, Trey Murphy isn't old. He's closer to, I think he's still closer to 20 than 30. If you say Trey Murphy, Queen, Fears, let's ride, that makes sense. Why go out? And people do this all the time. They could be lying, fine. And, the Zion kind of legal stuff, I don't know what's going on there, but you don't want to come out and say we're moving Zion, but this whole idea of we're holding on to Zion, why? It's over. It's over.
Well, now they don't even have any picks next year, so they've essentially just cashed all the way in on this group of, I would say this group of 5, but by trading CJ McCollum for Jordan Poole, you're signing up for 2 years of Jordan Poole.
And that's something I would sign up for.
Yeah, Jordan Poole's the 2 with a little Trey Murphy at the 3, but this is their group. And if I give you that group of 8 people with, say, add another free agent here or there, who knows if they keep Herb Jones, but I give you that group of 8, that group of 8 is not competing for anything.
No. You know what? And it's funny because we used to have conversations, and the hopium is strong today. I keep telling people, we used to have conversations, are the Kings. This is the conversation for Monday. Okay, put a pin in it.
Well, I won't be here.
Well, Ramsey's back there. Put a pin in it as well. Now that the draft is done, and there could be more moves done over the weekend, we think there will be. And as of Monday, we rehashed the conversation on, are the Kings in the worst situation in the NBA? That was a real conversation. And I think I woke up today saying, hell no. Hell no. Where's my sounder? Hell no.
Hell no.
No.
Hell no.
No.
Hell no.
That's what I'm talking about. Nowhere near. I should say they're on the other side of it. They're getting close, and we're getting close to spending some time with Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Since 1776, July 4th has been celebrated as the birth of American independence, but has been a federal holiday only since 1941. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. It was a mere 7 years later when the Keys family opened their first Naturewood store in Sacramento, and I guess Northern Californians have been celebrating ever since. We celebrate an incredible selection of furniture brands made right here in America. We celebrate the kind of generous hometown hospitality that was important to Walter Keys in 1948 and continues with the Keys family and the Naturewood Home Furnishing staff today. And we celebrate the kind of quality that's been synonymous with Naturewood for all these 77 years. Look for made-in-America brands like Stickley, Bassett, Stanton, Trailway, Simply Amish, and more during the Naturewood 4th of July sales event. Find the furniture that you will celebrate for years to come. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-899-2289. That's 800-899-2289.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Whitey here for Napoleon Grills, reminding you that when buying a new grill, every detail matters. While supplies last, you'll receive a $149 gift with purchase on every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill. The kit even includes a pizza lover starter kit and much more. And now up to $79 off Napoleon Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium steel that boasts amazing quality. Visit Green Acres Nursery today for your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
This summer, give your kids a reason to smile, rightly. At Kids Care Dental, we make dental visits fun with a kid-friendly team, easy to schedule appointments, and expert doctors who really care.
Whether it's a checkup, a cleaning, or their very first visit, we've got you covered. We accept most insurances, and we're always ready when your schedule gets hectic.
Smiles grow here. Book online in minutes at kidscaredental.com. That's kidscaredental.com. Kids Care Dental, where healthy teeth make happy kids.
Get ready for a night out with Jordan Davis. It's Country in the Park 2, Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo. Along with the special guests Mitchell Tenpenny, Low Cash, Vincent Mason, and Averyana. Make it a family day out with food trucks, games, dancing, and more. Saturday, September 13th at Cal Expo with Hoblit Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram Center. Tickets and info at CITPFest.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room, inviting you to come join them every Wednesday for their midweek madness drawing, giving away $2,000 in total cash starting at 6 p.m. It's a safe and friendly environment, plenty of well-lit parking available, and it's conveniently located right there in downtown Sacramento. And remember, best food, best service, best games, 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com and gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Looking for family fun, thrilling baseball, and unforgettable memories? Come out to Sutter Health Park and catch the Sacramento River Cats in action. Great games, great food, and great times away. Get your tickets now at rivercats.com.
Live and local
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
All right. Well, it was a lot of fun for sure. And that fun is now over.
It's not.
Yeah, no, it is.
Just starting.
Whitey Gleason, oh, this guy can't play defense. He's just really just being a curmudgeon here.
I just think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Who's
That's
we?
all. Everybody.
And what was
the
this?
Kings
What-
fan
what-
base in general.
What was Draper saying yesterday?
I don't know.
I
I'm
got
not
a
sure
text.
what you're alluding to.
I got a text from a source.
Uh-huh.
They said, and I was getting my haircut. I'm just enjoying my time.
Right.
With my guy, Jorge, my barber.
Right.
And I get a text.
Good barber, by the way.
Yeah, he's getting me ready for River Cats today, taking on the Oklahoma City Comets. My wife will be in the building with Toddler Styles. So it's the first game they've gone to. So I'm a little nervous, Whitey. But I'm just getting ready. And I get a text says Draper is roasting you.
I'm not sure what that alluded to.
I'm like, what is he saying? I'm just chill.
He just can't let it go.
Well, what is he saying? And they said he's saying how much film has Allen watched of Boyo Liub?
Oh, I thought he was talking about me too.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I never heard what was said.
Because I'm a big Bogo Liub guy too.
I didn't hear what was
asking me.
said, so I was just checking in with you.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. Some of that I think was fairly directed at me. I know a couple days ago, Kyle said something about, we don't do fake trades. Listen to another show if you want to hear that. I think he mentioned your show. And Kyle Ledbetter was in the control room, and he raised his arms up when Drape said that.
What is this?
Just Draper being a hater,
What is this, man? I had no look at Whitey.
That was a fair comment, though. That was fair.
How?
You guys do that.
We
and
do a
that's
lot
fine.
of fake trades.
You do a lot of that.
Yeah, but I don't.
And it's great.
It's not if it's said as a knock, then it's different.
No, it's like we don't do that. If you want to hear that, listen to Allen
But I can
Stiles.
tell you,
That's
I
fair.
don't even need to hear it. I know how it was said.
Right, but
and I'm going to go find it over the weekend.
You just need to be secure enough in yourself to know that the show
information. This is just information that I didn't know.
Speaking of information we didn't know, we have an update on the Ace Bailey saga.
Oh gosh!
According to Jonathan Cavoni and a representative from the Jazz, he will be reporting tomorrow with his family.
Attaboy.
Wow.
Good for
what
him.
is that? Good for what?
Good for him.
No.
Him and his family will be in Utah tomorrow.
Were you going to say a disaster? Did you almost say
a complete disaster?
How? If he reports and
he
plays
just said
in Summer
uncle.
League?
He just said uncle.
Uh-huh.
If you want to run around and you're too good, then don't go. Then don't stand on business.
Well, no. Once you get drafted, you can't do anything about
then
it.
Why wasn't he there yesterday? With Walter Clayton Jr., the steal of the draft.
They said, Brian Windhorst said that the team says as long as you're there by Monday, it's fine. It's just normally with top picks, they would do a press conference.
Right.
So
By the way, remember who else tried this same thing?
Who?
Steph Curry. Steph Curry didn't
Not
want to
like
go to
this.
the Warriors.
Yeah, but did he?
Because he wanted to go to the Knicks.
Did he say no? I'm not going. Because that's what Ace Bailey did.
No, he didn't. Ace Bailey literally has never said that.
And he's going to be there tomorrow. And another thing. I'm with Kyle on the whole Devin Carter in the
TSA line.
What about it?
Yeah, I'm with him. He did the right thing. He played it the right way.
Oh my goodness! You guys have no vision.
Not gonna bother the man while he's walking
it's not
through
bothering.
TSA.
First of all, guys like that, right? We're not talking about Steph Curry here. He would have appreciated it.
Oh, you think he would have gone? Yes.
Yeah.
When can I come on your show?
Yeah. This is why I'm in the NBA.
This is why I'm in the NBA
to talk to like-minded people like myself.
To meet a KHTK producer.
Yeah.
Who obviously is going to want
vision.
something out of me.
You guys got no vision, man.
You got to trust him. He's reading the situation. You can actually do more harm than good there.
No.
In the 30 seconds, again.
Right. That's it.
30
That's not
seconds.
the time. It's not the place.
It is the time. It's definitely
While
the
he
place.
has no shoes on and is walking
There's so
through
much,
TSA.
Everybody's in a great mood at the airport. Everybody's in a great mood at the airport.
Yes,
that's the best time to do it.
Except where? In the TSA line. I was just flying back Monday.
Whoa.
Are your
humble
pockets
brag.
empty? Yeah, except for Kleenex. We'll take it out. We're trying to prevent people getting searched. We don't want that.
Yeah, because they're idiots.
Which, by the way,
there's always that idiot that has the water as everyone watching everyone pour out the water. Oh, Dory.
Well, now it's even worse with the real ID thing because there's that one person who's like, I don't have my real ID.
Yeah, I can't go anywhere. I mean, my passport, I got to do that this weekend. My passport, it's done in June. So I'm cooked.
Yeah, you got to take care of that.
Yeah, you got to do that like now, especially if you're going to go to Summer League, Allen. I mean.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess I got to walk. Megabus, here we come.
Yeah.
And don't try to change the subject here.
Yeah,
Whitey.
He's also been whining all day because he wants to go to Summer League.
All I do on this show is praise your show, the morning show. I'm the connector.
Yes,
I'm the only show connected
glue
to both shows.
Right there,
I am the glue guy.
Yeah.
So when I hear this stuff, it upsets me.
But we're promoting your show.
No,
we're mentioning
you. Not the way it's being said. It's the tone. I haven't even heard. I know the tone. Yeah. We don't do that.
We don't do.
We don't do fake trades on this show. You do that on another show.
Fake trades are great. I don't know why you're being defensive of your own show.
I know they're great. That's why we do them.
Yeah,
but I don't need to be looked down upon for doing fake trades.
You're being defensive of your own show.
People want to know, Whitey. People want hope. Real hopium.
There you go.
Okay.
You go.
What's on the show? What's on the what's on the elite show today?
Scott Perry.
Scott Perry's on your show
at 2:15.
Scott Perry today at 2:15.
But he did on the morning show.
Yeah.
So he's on the morning show. Can I get BJ Armstrong?
But he follows you on Twitter. So
what is happening?
Jerry Reynolds today and Scott Perry.
I can't go to Summer League. I can't go to Tahoe. Everybody gets Scott Perry but me.
It's immediately about him, huh?
Well,
what
it's
a
gonna
surprise. It's Friday. Feel good.
No, you know what? You know who doesn't disrespect me?
Who's that?
The River Kitties.
There you go.
That's who doesn't disrespect me. That's who always has my back.
Good.
Dinger always has my back. You know? I'm gonna get the GM of the River Cats on this show.
Do it.
That's what I'm gonna do.
Some fake
this is
AAA
ridiculous.
Make up
Scott Perry likes my trades,
fictional
man.
AAA trades.
He likes my trade generator.
You can own that.
Thank you to
all the AAA trade guy.
all the callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Nathan Grubel of No Ceilings. Thank you to Dr. Joaquin Wallace of the Santa Cruz Warriors. Again, thank you to callers, texters, sack chatters. Thank you to Kyle, as always. And until Monday, secure the bag, like the beam. Speaking of 7-footers, the Sun's not moving forward with Bol. It could have.
Wait, why'd you say his name like that?
What do you mean?
It was like Bol.
Bol. Come on, man.
Bol.
What are we doing?
Bol.
Well,
now you said Bol. Bol.
Oh, my goodness.
It's Friday, isn't it?
No, yeah.
Don't forget my podcast.
Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can